ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky, because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dive ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night? Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the docks of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. Touchdown on the surface of my heart. The feeling's ever gone. A brave adventurer like me. Members everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been there. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the docks of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. place to hide? Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's bright. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's bright. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo. I mean, it's day 3 by now, so hopefully you guys have been watching so far, but I'm SpanCargo. I am the caster of Quarantine League Season 7, and yeah, today's day 3, so it's a lot of exciting stuff, but before we get into our first game, let me go on ahead and show you guys what the money situation is looking at so far. Let me pull that up right now. There we go. So, of course, everybody who wins a game with the most points, so not wins the game, every game, the team that has the most points goes ahead and wins $33. And then, of course, by the end, we have one more day after today, so we have 12 more games left in first, second, and third. There's the money prices in the top right corner. So those are the updated prices for now. You guys can go ahead and, I don't know, screenshot that, look at that, be all like, wow, look at all the money. But anyway, that is what it is so far. But as for the leaderboard, let's go ahead and jump on over there as well. Hello? There it is. I'm like, why did it disappear? Anyway, this is our leaderboard so far. VaLor, Ascendance, and No Cap are currently our first, second, and third place teams. You guys could go ahead and look at those totals there for more details. You could do exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats to see a little bit more detailed information on that. But yeah, so let's get into this. Of course, we have 6 games today, starting on Erangel, so 3 Erangel, 3 Miramar. Let's go ahead and take a look at that plane path. Here we go. It's a pretty good, nice plane path, starting on Lipovka, going all the way down to right past Quarry. Everybody already jumping out already. Dips Free being forced to go to their alt drop once again, Salber Kameshki, instead of their main, which is military base. Looks like Ascendance and Gang Orangutan also still committing to the hot drop on Yasnaya Poliana. I mean, they haven't fought there yet inside Quarantine League, but will they do it this time is the question. Looks like Maji is the one that successfully took the car from Gang. I'm a Leaf now trying to loot up some guns here. Someone is right above him. Beck taking down Retaliated with an M16 shot. I'm a Leaf, ended up finding a shotgun. Let's see what he can do to Nitrogen here. He definitely knows that he's here. He's currently alone. The rest of his teammates are on the southern side of the road. I mean, along with the 2 other members of Tetra. So it really is just I'm a Leaf versus Nitrogen here. Looks like Nitrogen's going to go on ahead and take it a little bit more slowly. They both have shotguns. Now taking it very slowly, going to go on ahead and crouch there for a while, especially after losing one teammate. They don't want to lose any more. I'm interested, to say the least, that this has become a hot drop. Let's go on ahead and zoom on out just to look at the rest of this while this transpires. There's our zone. It's going to go on ahead and pop around Quarry, giving Rise, Boomers, and Tiltown really nice prio on getting a good spot inside of this zone. Everybody else seems to have gone to their normal locations, not contesting at all. So this is our only hotspot, I guess we could say. Nitrogen is completely separated from the rest of his teammates inside of that 3-story there. Well, 2-story and roof, I should say. Ohio, though, it looks like he's already coming a little bit closer, trying to see if he can help out. And same with Tetra. He had to cross the road, actually, so he could be on the same side as his teammate. I think Beck might be watching this cross from where he is, not quite sure. Watching more of the southern position. But here we go. Looks like Maji and Zeraven are going to go on ahead and push closer to Nitrogen's building. I'm going to leave continuing to loot inside of the Taliban building. Ooh, Nitrogen is going to be able to successfully jump off of the balcony and push backwards towards his teammate. Will Maji end up hearing him? Here we go. He did spot him out. He tried spraying towards him, and it is going to be Zeraven with that barrel spray is going to take down Nitrogen. They know exactly where Tetra is now. Look at Maji getting a headshot onto him with that Vector. Let's see if he can spot him out again. It's I'm a Leaf coming into play with an M4 is going to end up flushing out Nitrogen here, and Maji is going to get the down onto Tetra with that Vector. So now it is just a 4v1 situation. It's Ohio inside this building. Oh, Ohio getting a lot of damage onto Beck, it seems. Now throwing some Molotovs, catching one of them on fire as he's trying to move to a better location to hold as his solo. There you go, reloading his shotgun. That is the best close-range weapon for this kind of a situation. Unfortunately, it is a 4v1, so he's going to have to play this very slowly. As you can see in the distance, Imaleaf already trying to go to a different spot. It's going to end up getting spotted out, taking Ohio down to 7 HP. He did get a little bit of a damage onto Super, but not as much as what he's received. And there we go with the push. He is going to get the down onto Zraven, but Maji's going to instantly trade him out. And our first team out today is Gang Orangutan. They did end up turning this into a hot drop. They hadn't done this the past 2 days. So day 3, I guess, is the day. It could be because Ascendance does actually have their IGL back, because Raven, he was unable to play last time on day 2 because of all the snow, making that he had no power. So instead of them playing all 4 members calling stuff, they do have their designated IGL back this time. So don't be surprised if he decided that he wanted to take those kills. Who quite knows? Maybe we'll have to ask them next time. As we could see, there are already some teams moving on, and it's those guys coming out of school and apartments and SDR. You know, the team that I always can't tell because the colors are so similar. They're already making their massive rotation. I mean, not as much water as the worst circle I've seen, but this still is a very good amount of water, so I'm surprised if there's going to be some stress in this situation getting all 16 teams, well, 15 teams inside of this zone now. And it looks like Rise is taking advantage of their prior situation. They're completely spread out right now. You see Moratorium on the southern side of Quarry with Chilla on the north, and the rest of them actually went on ahead and took this Cryo compound. I mean, with this zone, honestly, there's like a few places this could go. It could end around Quarry in this area. It could pull up to around this building, or it could try and end over here and round Llama. So, or I should really say like to the east of Llama, but ooh. Actually, it looks like one of Tiltown's members was a little bit slow, driving right by. Why does that happen? I always spectate the vehicle. It doesn't make sense, but it looks like NA tried to go for a little bit of a drive-by, but Korea got him. It looks like Deadeye was also taken down as well from Korea's barrel spray, with those drive-bys definitely going in the favor of Tiltown in that situation. Unfortunately, SDR is going to lose 2 after attempting those. You can see Patron also trying to finish off more, shooting at Lucid Freak in the distance. You see Delta also trying to squeeze on by the mountain and this compound. It looks like Tiltown also has found new victims, taking down Sambuca for boomers. There comes the flush as well. So Tiltown already going to have 2 kills. I mean, they're about to have 3 if they go ahead and get an 8 who's hiding on his US. There's no way that SDR is going to go get the res on that. And looks like those guys, however, I was going to say I wonder if they're going to be able to realize and steal it, but it doesn't look like it. They're just going to continue on their rotation here. Going ahead and zoom out as well. Ooh, it looks like we might get in a little bit of a drive-by situation over here as well. We can see Unorthodox is tailing Tactical 8 here. William, the furthest one behind with Fizzle. They're literally just following each other. It looks like Destinator is actually behind as well. So Destinator is going to have to be very careful, because if Unorthodox realizes his position, they might be able to go and stop on him or crash into him, spin him out, who knows, drive by him. It looks like he will end up being fine though. CJ all day, and his teammate actually shooting towards them to see if he could do any sort of damage to them. And on the south side though, there actually has been a fight that has started. It looks like those guys has run into the remainder of SDR. It is just Lucid Freak left after his duo teammate Delta was just taken down to 28 HP, trying to smoke out for some sort of cover, but unfortunately those guys just have too big of a wrap on him, and with that one nade after a lot of bullets taking damage will take him out. San Diego Rarity is going to be our second team eliminated. It does look like they at least got 1 kill, because those guys are down to a 3-man. In the distance we can see a lot more people continuing their rotation. Unorthodox is actually going ahead and stopping right to their west. As for everybody else, I mean, you can see that Rise is still very split. It looks like VaLor is actually really interested in this position. There we go. We saw Colton just spot out Moratorium. With this split, Rise has to be very careful, because if they get crashed on, the rest of their team are super far away. So this could just turn into a 2v4 situation, and then Rise will just be a duo the rest of the game. But they ought to hear these cars moving. Oh, and there we go. Colton also letting them know that he is here. Is going to put a 1 bullet into Moratorium here. Probably making it so they're not going to push up any further, so VaLor is going to be able to claim that southwest side of Quarry. You can see everybody else now making their rotations in. It is now just waiting for Silverline, Ascendance, Dips Free, and True Sight to get inside of this zone. Everybody else, it looks like they're very comfortable inside the main center compounds of this zone. We can see actually Orion has started their rotation, and they're coming right beside Jay all day for Unorthodox. It doesn't look like he's going to be shooting though, currently hiding inside that bowl. Looks like he's a little bit hurt. I wonder if he's going to boost, but Dirty's in now coming up on the hill. This is a very dangerous situation. Here we go. Kanga is actually driving straight into the compound that one of them is at. It is sharing this now with Fizzle, I believe. Who is going to get this down? Looks like Dirty's in. Try to go for a drive-by, and he's going to do it successfully. He's about to run into You So Ugly as well. He has to be very careful. There we go. That one not going too well for him this time, though. He is down to 4 HP, so that was a close one. Fizzle is going to be flushed out by Kanga here, and it looks like Broke Status is trying to go. Ooh, looks like maybe he was going to try and figure out how to help out, but if they push that together, they could do it. I'm glad that he didn't decide to go and attack that as a solo, because that is definitely one of the worst things that could happen. It looks like You So Ugly is in a little bit of a pickle here, being in the center of Orion, but we can see Sociopath and Jay all day making the correct decision, pushing this as a two-man. They know that there's only one person in this building. They did see or hear 2 other cars drive by, so Kanga holding that position is going to find out one of them. Jail Day is now down. A little bit of damage onto him. Skazka down from the other fight happening in the warehouse. It looks like Broke Status is going to take down You So Ugly, so it's just under Sociopath left for Unorthodox. Oh, just as he threw that smoke, he is going to take down Kanga. There we go, getting the flush as well, wanting to make sure he gets as many points as he can. It looks like they have 2 so far. Jail Day is very bleeding out quite quickly, might I say. It looks like he's going to try and go for the res, but the rest of Orion have to move quickly if they know that they have this advantage. Here we go, starting to throw in some nades, realizing the situation that they're in, already pushing. Unfortunately, those nades aren't going to be moving fast enough. I mean, if they want to destroy that car, that definitely was successful, but there we go. It's going to go on ahead and move. Sociopath and Jail Day are now up, and it looks like Jay is going to try and use the little hole in these boxes to his advantage. Some more nades coming in. We can hear a bunch of cars in the distance, and that's because this zone is absolute garbage. A ton of teams are going to be coming on and crashing into Primorsk at this point. Not too many teams are going to be able to make it down here, I'd say. A lot of damage is going to end up happening on this rotation. That Molotov, while it could have been good if it landed on the edge here, unfortunately landed a little bit too early into the side of the building. There goes another nade, taking Brookstead is very low. If he didn't get that med off, he definitely would have been downed in that situation. We can see all the teams now coming closer in the distance. No Cap and Tiltown being the closest ones. Here we go, some flashes coming out. JL Day trying to move to see for a position. Kind of seems like they're in a hold. There we go. Now after this one, they're going to do it. See what JL Day is going to be able to see. Here we go. Skazka running on and is going to be spotted out. The flush comes down. It's just down to one of them, and he is going to get the kills. Unorthodox annihilated Orion, as it said, eliminated in 14th. Let's go ahead and see what else is happening. We have been away from looking at the map. Ascendance the only one now, the furthest away from zone. Everybody struggling to get in further inside this zone, basically. I mean, Rise, they had most of Corey, but everybody else already sent it further in because, I mean, look at this. Look at this zone. Like, not even half of what is inside zone is land. So all these guys are going to have to figure this out quite quickly. Look, it looks like Silverline, they ended up making a large rotation. It's going to work out for them being the only people all the way on the west side. It looks like Tiltown as well are surviving so far in these dips and explosions. Yep, on all the way on the east. Everybody else taking all of the compounds as much as they can. I mean, there's already 4 people around Primorsk. It does look like Tactical 8 is taking a little bit of a different approach by playing these ridges on the mountain above Primorsk, just waiting for people to come in. I don't think people are going to bother them for a while, but everybody else up here in Quarry, they're gonna have a hard time. And here we go. Looks like there's a 1v1 situation happening right here between Moratorium and D-Stem, and it's gonna be D-Stem that comes out on top. The instant flush coming out. He's gonna go ahead and get a little bit more loot. The rest of Rise further away. There you go. A little bit of a warning shots towards him, but he's gonna go on ahead and grab the vehicle to try and pick up his teammate and get further inside of this zone. It looks like Dips Free also coming up. That might be the next fight between them and Rise. Ooh, I don't know if D-Stem got away fast enough, but it looks like his teammate helping him out, getting a lot of damage onto Rise, and we can see in the distance actually Ascendance driving right up onto Silverline. Beck getting the down and the flush onto Red. Rida looks like he was taking a lot of damage from G-Price, who's now trying to back off of this. Let's see if Imleaf is going to be able to spot out Greta here. Oop. It looks like a lot of damage was just put onto him. Down to 10 HP. He's going to have to figure that out. Greta, now realizing the position she is going to try and smoke out her vehicle so she can get in. But it already looks like they're coming to her for the drive-by. Ooh, that nade not quite close enough. She's going to be able to heal in time, but Maji, there we go with that AK spray, is going to take her out. G-Price and Honey Badger are now the last ones up. G-Price looks like he's just trying to get away as Honey Badger is already further in, just not even looking back. He's just looking in to see where they can play to get away from Ascendance. There we go with that MK14 trying to spot out I'm a Leaf. It doesn't look like he's going to get too much damage onto him as he's just pulling right up onto their hill. Leaf is in a little bit of a scary position here because he's the only one over here from Ascendance holding this. I guess making sure that Silverline can't shoot at them as they continue over. But here we go. You can see Badger is already trying to move around to see Leaf. Oh, and there you go, spotting him out. G-Price is actually going to run him over and go flying there. Honey Badger is instantly going to push up and flush him out, getting the knock on a Beck as well. But Maji here is going to end up taking out both G-Price and Honey Badger. And Silverline is going to be eliminated. They are going to successfully get the res onto Beck, but they did in fact lose Leaf, who was the first one up here quite alone. It looks like D-Stem on the north side was unable to get away from Rise, currently downed after Casey getting the knock onto him. As you can see, everybody else trying to get into the vehicles to drive away. Can't quite see because of all that smoke, it seems. Oh, but just absolutely leaving Casey. Going ahead and get your own car is what they're saying. Let's see what Doobie is going to do over here with that 4X Mini. Spots out the vehicle, tries to go for a little bit of a damage onto them, and here comes Casey as well. I don't think they're going to be able to get D-Stem. I mean, this is only phase 3, so they could potentially, looks like Wazuppi's actually going for that. As for elsewhere, we can see that Nightly Esports and those guys in a fight. Kite currently down. It looks like it's only Cowboy left for those guys currently in a fight with Morns. Rise might come and ruin this for them as well. Yep, here comes the drive-by from Chilla. Rise is going to take out Cowboy. Those guys eliminated in 12th, and now Nightly Esports are going to have to deal with the 3 members of Rise that are now right below them. Here comes the nades. It's going to go right over Morns' head. Let's see if he's going to be able to spot out Casey. Super low HP, and yep, Morns going to get the down and the flush onto Casey already, taking Rise down to just 2 more members. It looks like the res onto Kite did come out as well, so soon this will be a 4v2 situation. Spotting out Chilla. He's down as well. It's just 1 left. Morns at 25 HP though, being forced to back up. Here we go, but now Sneak Attack trying to help his teammate by pushing up aggressively. It's just Fox left hiding on the other side of this vehicle. Oh, and Sneak Attack unfortunately pushed over, was spotted out, was taken down, but instantly the trade Kite is going to get him from a little bit of an alternative angle. They're also down now. We're down to 10 teams. As you can see, the fighting is not done just yet. It looks like Boomers. It's now just up to Doobie, currently clinched between 2 whole teams, VaLor and Dips Free. Oh, Gwen Station just taken down as well. Let's go ahead and look from Chaotic's perspective because he is also the last one alive. VaLor was in this 1-story compound, but it looks like they wanted to push out on this for some kills. If Boomers distracts them, Dips Free could come out of this alive, but with that nade, it's going to bounce right towards Dips Free. What is it going to do? Looks like a little bit of damage, but Boomers is going to be eliminated. Does VaLor know that Dips Free is here as well? I mean, it seems like it. So here we go, the entire push onto them from VaLor, Dips Free. It doesn't look like it's going too well, especially with that nade that Zero just threw. Taking down Gwen Stacy once again. Chaotic, the last one up again, trying to res Pluis. It looks like he was just spotted out by Jeppy Aim, getting the knock on a Pluis once again. Chaotic is still alive. Was that lag? I can't quite tell. And there we go. Dipsry is also going to be eliminated into 9th place. These are our top 8 teams now. This is where the placement is going to start. We can see that the majority of the teams have sent it into Primorsk in the center, waiting for the next zone. I mean, they have a while, as you can see in the bottom right corner there. They have 1 minute 40 seconds left before the zone even starts moving. But it looks like only 3 of our 8 teams are not in Primorsk, and that is going to be Tactical 8 to our west, VaLor to our north, and Nightly Esports to our east. let's go ahead and drive around, it seems. So it looks like True Sight are inside of this compound. They did have the dips for a while, but now it's just Hayden and Arson left playing the southern side of it. As we can see, Unorthodox, No Cap, I mean, Tilt Town and Ascendance, however, are all inside of these buildings. Kind of looks like Ascendance, actually, just on the outside of the town, not gonna lie, on this wizard tower. It looks like Beck is proning currently on that little hill that he has by his US. And as we already mentioned, everybody else on the outside, it looks like Tech 8 knows exactly where Ascendance is, and they're trying to hold him out right now with that mini 4X that Gluco's father has. Who knows if they're going to end up taking this fight, though. It looks like Nightly Esports also being low curious, moving a little bit more to the north as VaLor has wrapped back to their one story. It'll be interesting to see where this next zone goes, because this is, I mean, that last one was the one that eliminated water, right? So this one, I have a feeling it's still going to be in Prim. I think it's going to be right in this situation. The best thing for all these teams to do is to crash into Pomorsk, because at least they get a spot in there. At least that's hard cover. And that also means that they can stay in there and hide a little bit. So if any of these guys turn into a solo situation, they'll have some cover and some areas to be able to sneak. There we go. The shift coming out. It is going to be around Primorsk. It's giving TAC 8 actually a massive place to play as well. It'll be interesting to see if VaLor tries to drive on over to them. It does look like they've spotted that out. We can see Gluco's father currently shooting at Colton, who was the first one driving in. And instead, they're going to go on ahead and get really close to Ascendance. It looks like Beck shot him off, so... Oh, but Oldless is going to spot out Beck, and he's going to be taken down. He is in smoke, but I think he might be on his third knock. And it looks like Zero getting the knock on Namaji. I think Raven is only going to be able to get the res on Namaji. I think Beck is going to be dead. Here comes the rest of VaLor, though. Are they going to crash into Ascendance is the question. It looks like they are going to be taking the hill where Beck is. Actually, where Oldless just took him out. Yep, and they're going to be playing this ridge here, just waiting here as the zone has moved in. It looks like Jeppy Aim is trying to hold out the Wizard Tower a little bit as well. So you can see TAC 8 continuing to shoot at Jeppy Aim. I don't even know if he's going to be able to leave this situation. There we go. Can Jeppy leave? Is the next one. He has a bike, so he can leave. There you go. Colton actually are now moving out as well. I mean, they're the only people that weren't inside this zone. I mean, so is Nightly Esports, but they have so much space to get in quite comfortably. But after this next zone shift, it's really going to determine it, and it looks like VaLor are now getting more and more interested in the position of the last two remaining members of Ascendance. You see Grant Lantis there trying to see if he has any util to chuck into that bottom story. You can see the very top of Zraven's head and backpack there, while Maji is just laying prone quite patiently. And here it is, Grant Lantis with the nade is going to cook it for now and send it right into Ascendance's first floor. What? That nade was stuck right in those boxes, and it's not going to take out either member of Ascendance there. I don't know about that one, but those boxes, they save lives, you know? And there we go, the rest of them. Jeppy is going to be able to successfully meet up with the rest of his team. Colton trying to play up on top of the other hill, it looks like, for now. It looks like Tactical 8 trying to take advantage of their situation is also going to go on ahead and get a little bit of a present. I'm very blind. Where is this thing? There it is. Let's go on ahead and see what it is. If they have any broken armor, they're definitely going to be able to get it all. And it is an AUG, fresh armor and an AUG. In this situation, I mean, Tactical 8, since they're not having to fight everybody inside of here, they're going to have all of their util, more armor saved than the others, I'd argue. But definitely the util for this late game, as you can see the zone shifting more to the west once again, is definitely going to make sure that they can play on top of this mountain for a while. So, I mean, late game util, like, that can call games. So them being able to save it all they're putting them in a really good position, let's just say. There you go. We can see Destinator actually doesn't have too many, but the rest of his team do in fact have really good utility. They just have the advantage of being able to watch everywhere. You see Destinator going for the next ridge as well, and it looks like the first fight is shooting at Tilt Town, trying to make it inside of the buildings, more in this zone. Currently getting shot at by both TrueSight and Unorthodox is right beside them. Here comes the nades as well. It doesn't look like either of Unorthodox are upstairs, so it's not going to hit any of them for now. But they are going to start fighting very soon. You can see the bullets spraying into the room where Jay All Day currently is residing. Sociopath now throwing some... Ooh, taking down a 3 HP from a nade the Patron just tossed. Is now down to Sociopath to hold this door as his teammate heals. It looks like they are taking a little bit slow for now. Sociopath is currently holding that window to see if any of them peek. They're the only team that really had to push in super aggressively. I mean, Ascendance and VaLor still have to come in as well, but it looks like Colton has figured out a spot for them to play right to the north of No Cap. Still holding this quite patiently. I mean, I think Tilt Town might just be content with their building for now. We can see Nightly Esports and a bunch of people shooting at the last remaining members of TrueSight as well. But here we go. Looks like Colton is currently shooting at No Cap. The rest of them are going to be driving around to meet up with him. I don't know what that was. And Ascendance are now taking this opportunity to attempt to smoke inside of this zone. They're trying to get right up on the hill where attack 8 is, but I doubt they're going to let that happen. There it is. William is going to spot out Zraven with the SLR. He's going to be down, and now it's just Tamaji. You can see he's trying to play this smoke, but here comes some of Tactical 8's utility that we mentioned before. And they were ready for it. With that, Destinator is going to spray him down with that scar, and Ascendance is going to be eliminated in 8th. There are still 7 teams alive in this circle because it is on the very edge of town. I mean, look at all these people right next to each other. Whenever there is a town ending or a city compound ending like this and people do get right next to each other, someone could go out. There could be 24 people alive, and you could go out and you could get in like 16th place or something ridiculous like that. Okay, maybe not like that, but you know what I mean. So it looks like there are 7 teams, 24 alive. The next team that goes out are gonna be like, really? That was 7th? There we go. Looks like Old is currently getting knocked. After TrueSight got a knock onto Evil Pickle. Looks like he is already getting rezzed though. The zone is going to shift further to the north once again. Tactical 8 still inside No Cap in a really good position. Looks like the 2 members of TrueSight are fine for now, but everybody else has to get inside this zone. It's going to be really easy for Nightly Esports to do so, but all these guys on the northeast are going to have to push into each other, and then they're going to push onto the duo of TrueSight. So all 4 of these teams are going to be in trouble very soon. There we go. Evil Pickle chucking in some nades to where VaLor's position is going to find someone with a knock onto Colton. The rest of these unfortunately aren't going to get close enough to flush him out. But it looks like Grant Lantis, not wanting to risk it, is actually going to leave him, especially with all that fire now coming out, and Evil Pickle is going to get the kill onto Colton. As the rest of VaLor is still trying to smoke out, it seems. Let's go take a look at Socio. Looks like Socio is going to get a knock on the Grant Lantis. Here comes Zero. Sociopath doing a knock onto Zero as well. It's going to be actually stolen by Beast Korea here. And now it looks like Sociopath, realizing that they're going to have to go in sooner rather than later, is trying to look forward. VaLor finally eliminated actually from an entirely different team, was it? Not quite sure, but it looks like Nightly Esports also getting a knock onto one of Tilt Town's members. Tilt Town now having to go into action or throwing out some nades as TrueSight holds them out. Hayden here trying to spray in there with the 4X Mini, and Arson with the barrel trying to watch their south side. Oop, and it looks like Unorthodox and Tilt Town are going to be the next fighters actually. It looks like they decided to go for some kills. Beast Korea now the last one up is against 2 Unorthodox members here. Will he be able to spot out Socio? Socio actually getting spotted out by TrueSight is going to be taken really low. It's going to be forcing him to go to the other door. And there we go. Sociopath A is going to spot him out, and Tiltown will be eliminated in 6. Unorthodox with still just 2 up now have 8 kills. Sociopath himself has 5 of them, and now they have to move further in. They could successfully make it to this 1 story. As you can see, JLD making a run for it. Looks like Ploob and Oldest weren't looking for that cross. Sociopath still has to make a run for it though, so they might get the knock onto him, and it will just be down to J all day left. I don't know if they have any more smokes. Looks like Sociopath trying to throw out a smoke right there, but go. Well, this is really watching that. Sociopath going for a little bit of a heal before he crosses. That zone shift is still quite nasty. JLD trying to help his teammates' rotation is going to do some damage to Ploob here. Actually get the knock onto Ploob in the background. It's still Gats and Oldest, but one of them are going to have to stop looking to get that res. Here we go. Sociopath and JLD are now here, and they're pushing onto No Cap after getting that knock. It is a 2v4 situation, though. There we go. One of them's going to get down, but Gats taken down as Sociopath still alive. All 3 of them in this building are now knocked. And it's only down to 1 No Cap member left. You can see he's now holding the door, waiting for him to come closer, but Diesel not quite moving. Let's see if he's going to be able to spot him out. He's trying to hold this window here in the distance, so we can see that Nightly Esports is trying to... Ooh! Diesel spotting out. Sociopath trying to spray into him right there. It looks like they both did a lot of damage to each other. Diesel now at 30 HP. Sociopath in the kitchen now. It looks like actually he only was taken down a tiny bit. Is now trying to get inside the window on top of the counters to watch his positioning. Neither of these guys are inside of this zone. Diesel now trying to heal up. He does not have a helmet, and he only has 5 bandages. Oh, True Sight. Hayden is going to spot him out. Diesel trying to go for a spray there. A is going to be taken down. No Cap eliminated. So it's down to our top 4 teams. It's going to be Unorthodox currently with 11 kills here. Looks like they're going to have to move in, and so is True Sight. Looks like they're trying to take down some Nightly Esports guys currently with just 1 kill. Nightly Esports realizing that they needed to push up onto the strong position that Tactical 8 had, stuck on the side of this mountain right now. Still 3 up with 5 kills. Getting a knock into Destinator, actually. Tactical 8 is now down to 3 with 4 kills. Glucose Father realizing the situation is backing up a little bit as Morns continues to push aggressively. There we go. Getting a knock into another one. Is going to actually be caught out by Weem and his AUG. And now he's going to have to back up and go for some of these reses. Is now just down. Ooh, I was going to say it's just down to Sneak Attack left. And it looks like he's actually going to catch Weem out before he can quite get back there. So Tactical 8 are now very, very damaged. I mean, still will have 3 up. Is still focusing on the reses. Zealot actually looks over just in time to take out Sneak Attack after he is down to Arson. And now the next fight to happen is going to be Sociopath and True Sight. Socio did spot out Arson, is trying to go for the flush, but there we go. Hayden was waiting for that. Is now trying to shoot at Enraged Zealot from above. A lot of damage onto him, taking down super low, but the next teammate, Destinator, was watching that with his weapon, and Tactical 8 is going to win our first game of day 3 here with 7 kills. I mean, they had that position up on that hill, and I mentioned how since they weren't stuck inside of that town, they're going to be away from all of that damage, all of that armor and util waste, and it looks like the zone just kept going back up to them on that mountain, which was a great position for them to be in, and luckily they still got a lot of kills to go with it with 7. So that was a very well played game, and we're going to go on ahead and load into our next game here again on Erangel. Don't go anywhere, y'all. I'll see you very soon.
or die. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping, losing my teeth, maybe I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, what I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. Washing the bands, working the weekend, thinking about how I remember all these feelings. Right in this moment, I'm making no man. Riding on this damn, won't stop until I own it. Always turn to second guess, weighs heavy on my chest, but the dreams I have, they stay alive, cause you know it's ride or die. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping, losing my teeth, maybe I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, what I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping, losing my teeth, maybe I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, what I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming, maybe I'm sleeping, losing my teeth, maybe I'm flying for no reason. I've been dreaming, what I believe in. I will get there soon, that's more than just a feeling. Yeah, I've been dreaming. Yeah, I've been dreaming. Cold light falling on the ground. Long day, but we won't back down. One thing playing on our minds. Long way, but we won't give up now. Crave the love I gave, and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now. The ground shakes.
Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo once again, casting Quarantine League Season 7. We're about to go into Game 2 on Erangel, but of course, we're here for a little bit of our leaderboard update. So let's go ahead and load that on up and take a look. Here we go, and in first place is VaLor with a total of 129 points. Ascendance Esports in second with 111, then TrueSight in third with 96, No Cap with 94, San Diego Rarity with 86, Tactical 8 with 85, Unorthodox with 81, and Orion with 77. That is our top 8, but as you guys already know, it is going to be the top 3 spots that everybody is going to want. Let's go ahead and pull this up again for a second again as well. You can see all of the winnings that everybody has so far. I mean, already someone has a little bit more money after that last game. You can see first with $400, second with $200, and third with $100 there. But yeah, so let's go ahead and see who's going to win the $33 for this game. Basically, once again on Erangel, the playing path is already going. They're already starting to jump out. So let's go ahead and jump on over to that. As you guys already know, I am going to be doing some comms, some live comms. Again, it was a new thing that I tried out last time on day 2. It did really like it, to be honest. Forgot about it a little bit for game 1 because it's hard doing all the stuff as a one person, but of course it is doable, so it just happened to slip my mind that time. But hopefully you guys are still enjoying the casting. As you can see with this plane path, definitely different from the last one, starting over there by Milta Power and ending up there by Sojo. Everybody already jumping out. The question is, will there be a contestation with Ascendance and Gang Orangutan once again? That is the main thing I want to know. And let's go ahead and scroll on, and it looks like they were going for some of these vehicles and compounds right beside Volcano. I mean, this is where they usually go when they can't quite reach Yasnaya, but it looks like Gang is going to successfully get the car, at least 2 of the cars. Oh! And Ascendance also getting a car as well, but Maji is actually going to get downed here. I think he hit the tree. So that is going to mean Gang Orangutan is going to get in front of them and get to Yasnaya first. The question is, are they going to continue to Yasnaya? Or are they going to attempt to go somewhere else is now what I want to know. But everybody else, as per usual, it looks like Dipsfree able to make it to Military Island this time, no longer having to go to their alternate drop. Everybody else, yep, in their normal spots. Everything is right in the world elsewhere, but here we go. Yeah, so it looks like Ascendance, now that they had a little bit of a drawback there, a little bit too late, are deciding to go somewhere else here, and they're going to go to the north side. I mean, they should know that the north side is pretty free, especially with how low that last circle, that last plane path actually is. So they're going to go on ahead and drive up to Nolene, probably take the Esport vehicle up there and loot up as much as possible before rotating I wouldn't say... Actually, it'll be interesting to see. If they leave early, they could go on ahead and loot more compounds, but they won't nearly have as many items. If they loot late, they could get more stuff, but they only have Nolene for an entire 4-man. That's just not enough loot. With the zone shift, though, it is just off-center from Pachinki, where Nightly Esports lands. It'll be really interesting to see where this actually goes. We can see in Tactical 8 with their massive split. Looks like Glucose Father is going to be holding their spot inside of this zone. Oh, and on the south side here, it looks like San Diego Rarity and Tiltown are getting a little bit too close for comfort. We can see N8 kind of sneaking on up to Beast Korea. I think he was trying to watch it for a second, especially with that vehicle there. And now his curiosity has taken over, so he's going to go on ahead and get a little bit closer. Let's see if Beast Korea is going to be able to hear him first. Whose vehicle is this is what I want to know, because if it is Korea's, he is going to try and come back for his vehicle eventually, and if N8 watches it, he could get a really sneaky down off of it. You can see N8, he currently has a SCAR and an M16. I don't know if he has a scope, but he definitely at least has a holo. It doesn't... Whoop, he has a 3X. He has a 1 helm and a 2 vest. There you go, trying to creep up towards the vehicle. Look around to see where Beast Korea is, and he is just going to take this very slowly. Beast Korea, on the other hand, has a barrel and a 6X mini, completely level 2'd and 3'd out. You can see he has a level 3 vest there. But yeah, NA is going to take it very slow, it seems. As for everybody else, we can already see VaLor all the way here from South Georgia Pole making their rotation on the north side of Everest. It'll be interesting to see where they tried to end up on, because I don't think they're going to want to end up on top of Everest, but they could definitely use that as a rotation spot. Oh, N8, oh, just a minute. N8 ended up creeping on up to this building, but Korea spotted or heard him out or something, was taken down, and Delta from the distance with a mini got the headshot onto Korea and took him down as well. So it looks like Delta is going to be able to go on ahead and get the rest onto his teammate. Where is the rest of Tiltown is the question. It looks like they're way too far away to go for any sort of save on to Beast Korea. So Tiltown is now going to play the rest as a 3-man. They're going to take him out and be able to take all of his goods. I mean, with that 6X. God. I'm not used to seeing the beards on the people. That scared me a little bit. Anyway, as you can see, it looks like TAC 8 did in fact decide to go to where their one teammate's drop spot usually is. And it looks like VaLor also interested in this position with Colton zeking up close, but the rest of his team still driving. They could probably hear this. Yep, there it is. Let's go on ahead. Ooh, instant down, and Rage Zella is going to get the down onto Colton. Wiam pushing up further. VaLor now trying to rotate off of this, but at least they've gotten one down. Will VaLor continue to take this fight, or will they go further away? I mean, it's super early in this zone to go for anything more. And it does seem like they are in fact retreating off of that. Unfortunately for Colton, he was sneaky, but the rest of his teammates were, and he's going to be the one that suffers for that one. It looks like over on the rotation side to the east, No Cap and Gang Orangutan are going to run into each other. Plube is going to take out Retaliative with that barrel. The rest of Gang continuing to rotate, all three up still. And there you go, No Cap will continue their rotation as well. I wonder if they were sitting there and Gang drove by, or if they were both driving together. As you can see, the rest of Gang are going to continue on forward. They need to be careful because they're driving straight towards Pachinki, where two teams already reside, and Orion trying to come up on top of the potato hill behind them. Let's see where they end up going. They are currently driving straight towards those guys. Looks like they might go on ahead and take this garage building. If they go any further, they will be seen by Tiltown. There you go, Tetra now crashing into the fences there. They are in fact going to go on ahead and take this garage building. Oop. Hello. As for others, it looks like Orion and No Cap might get in a little bit of a fight here. Let's go ahead and look from Oldest's perspective. Who have we not listened into comms to is the question. Let's go on ahead and take a look at No Cap's comms.
Peek more aggressively.
255, running away. He's running down, like away from this. He's backing up. He's scared AF.
I'm rising.
One left side, southwest, peeking that top bridge still. Pushing down towards us.
Let's put a kill them mode.
Place low, place low.
Knocked one.
Nice.
And got the flush.
Thirsting.
Car's behind us.
They
We're gonna
pulling
get
up.
3P. Yeah, we're gonna get 3P from behind.
Are they crashing on us?
I don't know. I just heard vehicles.
Yeah. There's like
behind.
southeast on our ridge probably. We should wrap east and kill this team probably.
Yeah.
Let's go.
This team is driving away. We should
gotta-
kill this east team now. Where do they pull up?
Like east somewhere.
On my mark.
East.
Where's your mark? Okay,
Above me?
heard.
110.
Dipped.
On the
How's
rock,
that?
man.
Seen.
There's literally
up.
one on that tree. Literally one.
You doing
One's
it
on
at
a
me?
tree. On
On the
orange.
rock, 115.
I'm nading that. Left rock.
He might be on fire. Push over.
One far left. Oh, proning far left. On the ridge.
Knock that guy shooting you.
The
Nice.
first, I have the first.
Yeah.
Oh, one's far right, far right. Did you shoot that guy? Oh my god. He's the worst player I've ever
What?
seen in my entire life.
One's gonna be pushing over northwest. Peek
Yeah.
over. Peek with
I'm
me, Old.
healing.
Peek with me.
Peek with blue. I'm healing.
I'm looking left. He might be wrapping left.
Peek east with me. There's a smoke here. He smoked from close. Come peek this guy.
I'm coming.
I'm throwing mollies.
Let's go.
Maybe at the cars.
Flush.
Cars. And rock north. Rock north. Rock
Knock.
north. Run north now or else I'm dead. He's not peeking. He's scared.
I don't have a first. I don't have a first.
Keep calling.
I could drop you one.
I got one.
I'm ready.
I dropped it first.
I'm firsting. Comms. He's pushing.
I'm picking up the first. He's west on us.
I'm full blind. You got the rest?
Nope, I'm knocked again. You gotta heal Gats.
Yeah.
Toss another smoke, Plube. You really need to toss another smoke, Gats.
I'm going to.
He's still west of us. You guys need to just kill him as two. Okay, peek him, Plube.
One's
Stop
so left.
resing.
One's so left.
Holy.
And there we go. We can see we just listened in the live comms of No Cap trying to go for a fight onto Orion. They did in fact get one on Orion, but from right behind them, True Sight got involved. As you can see, they ended up wiping out No Cap, but True Sight taking a lot of damage to that, now just down to Zolmox and Hayden. I mean, they do have 4 kills under their belt. It definitely would have been a little bit more of a win if they had one more person living, but that's definitely nothing to frown at. They have 4 kills already in phase 2. They do have to go for a massive rotation. As you can see, the zone did in fact just pop, and it is a hard shift far to the west side, so they're gonna have to get into those vehicles after looting on up and move quickly. We can see some people getting some downs. And as they rotated, I think Silverline might have gotten one. Yeah, they did in fact get one. I thought that one of them might have done a drive-by, and it looks like they did onto Enraged Zealot from Tactical 8. The rest of the teams further to the north, at least 3 of them are still alive, though, now trying to shoot towards Silverline here. You can see a lot of these teams, it's just down to 3 more teams to get inside of this zone, but 15 teams are still alive, making these large rotations. Oh my goodness, and Dirty Zin, or wait, Dirty Zin, okay, it looks like his other teammates ended up getting killed out, so Orion, they did leave with 3 up, but then now it's just down to a solo, and you can see that he went on ahead and crashed right into the right chopstick, and that is exactly where he is going to go on ahead and play for now. He will be able to be in there. Like, chopsticks is kind of a late game play because you don't want to go on ahead and send it in there with all of your vehicles and not be able to rotate later. So it's a late game play, or it's a solo play, so he knows he's going to be safe there for a while. Just as long as it doesn't pull more towards chopsticks, he will be safe, but we'll end up seeing where the zone goes on these next shifts. Here we go, we can see SDR, actually, they're making a really smart rotation. So usually when there is a hard shift like this, you should know that the far side of that zone is safe. So SDR is making that realization and is going for what is happening? Is going for that rotation all the way to the west side where it should be clear, basically. We can see on the north side, Ascendance was trying to camp out Unorthodox, it seems, giving up a little bit after a few bullets towards them. They didn't end up getting a knock. Oh, but Fizzle, taken down by Zone, is going to end up bleeding out for his team, and it looks like they're going to end up being a 3-man. 3 of them all the way on top of Everest already. You can see them taking a little bit of shots in their back as Ascendance is continuing their rotation. Oh my goodness, I think Imleaf is actually going to try and find him. Oh, he sees the bike. Where is he? There he is. And Imleaf gonna go on ahead and get a kill for Ascendance. It looks like he's also dropped all this stuff as well. Yep. So Ascendance is in fact going to get 1 kill after realizing that one of the people out there was in fact knocked. And it looks like Dips Free crashing onto the same compound as Tilt Town. Evil Pickle taken down. It looks like I Love Gwen Stacy is super low, now trying to heal Pluis inside the 1 story now to try and figure out where the rest of Tilt Town are. I mean, it's not hard to figure it out. We can see all of this smoke. It looks like he was trying to smoke away or smoke back to his team. But again, once again, that zone shift, everybody already inside their vehicles trying to go to a place where they can play. And it looks like True Sights, the winners of the previous battle, are now driving straight into Nightly Esports. Let's see what's going to happen. Hayden trying to go for a little bit of a drive-by, and a sneak attack is going to successfully take him out. Going for the flush as well is going to flush him out, getting another point for their team. That vehicle is kind of trapping him. Oh, another drive-by. Actually, Morns tried to drive by Hayden as he was retreating from West Pachinki compound here because Zolmox crashed onto it. True Sight is, in fact, going to survive as a 2-man. Nightly Esports now back to being condensed together safely. Looks like Tech 8 pushing up onto this hill is getting really close to those guys. There you go, Flax with a little bit of a spray onto Glucose's father's vehicle. They are going to successfully stay safe for now. I mean, it looks like all these fights are still continuing and popping up. We can see that Tiltown just got a knock on to Pluis. Rise ended up sending it into left chopstick, and the rest of Unorthodox are sending it directly into the position of Orion Solo. There he is, gonna get a knock onto one of them, but the vehicle exploding. Honey Badger's vehicle exploded? Wait, Honey Badger, what? I'm so lost. Honey Badger exploded a vehicle and it killed Dirty Zin. So it looks like Unorthodox now. Sociopath is the last one up, is going to get the res onto Jay all day. And meanwhile, I think Honey Badger now has a kill from that vehicle explosion. The rest of Bryce still inside of the West chopstick. I mean, I don't know what just happened, but it looks like a lot of these teams obviously backfilling positions. It looks like Ascendance going to go send it into Gaka for now. Everybody else trying to find a good place to play, but of course the majority of people are in this chopstick Comets area. Glucose Father might also be in a sticky situation here, currently stuck on a rock. He is just inside zone, but those guys knows exactly where he is, as you can see, doing damage to him. Oh, okay, I was wondering if he had no meds, but he does. He's just saving his first aids. A little bit of damage means bandages, and that's exactly what he's doing. You could hear that his tire was just popped as well, and with that peak, he is in fact going to get down by Flax's Mini. Technically, we'll have to go on ahead and take another vehicle over there to try and get the res onto him, and it looks like that is Weam here is trying to do. You need to be careful because an entire foreman is looking directly at you as you're going for this save. Ooh. Almost some damage from Flax once again. It looks like they are going to successfully get some of the res onto them. Currently popping tires, so it might be hard to get back to their teammate Destinator and even harder to get into this zone. I mean, finally, this was the condensed location, and it looks like it is going to continue to be condensed. And Silverline Esports, even though they were inside zone, actually taking cars and sending it into this little forest patch, they can successfully play on this shack if they want to, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Red Rider spinning out after his tire was just popped. Where is their remaining member? It looks like Honey Badger didn't quite make it after some damage to his vehicle, being forced to lay on down beside it for cover. You can see VaLor is the one that's currently putting pressure onto him with their guns. Jeppy aim with that 3x SLR knows exactly where he is, and they're currently trying to watch that smoke for his cross. He can get the early cross with his smokes, but his teammates are definitely going to have to try and throw the rest of that smoke line for him. But all of VaLor, ooh, it looks like one of them is watching Nightly, but the other two watching for Honey Badger's cross. There we go, Honey Badger being spotted out, taken down below half HP. Not going to get the knock. Elsewhere, though, we can see that Ascendance actually just got knocked, actually fighting on this south side here. Let's go ahead and look at that between Gang Orangutan and Ascendance. It looks like Vohio is very close to them, tossing out some utility now. Who is going to win this altercation is the question, and here comes SDR as well. They're going to have to be very careful. Vohio getting down from Maji's Molotov as well. Let's go ahead and drop into Ascendance's comms.
Nitro?
I'm driving.
He's to my right. He's to my right. Yep. It's a blue. He's lit. Nice.
Nice.
Coming in.
Try to get car.
Get my bodies for the car. No gas, Machi. No gas. Someone pulled up behind us. Careful. They're smoking in bottom of your hill on yellow. They're smoking.
Oh, he's literally right behind you, Mach. He's getting shot at.
Yeah, that's the
He's lit. He's getting shot at by the other team.
He's on a tree in front of Maji, I think.
One's driving up to me. Is Zeke in front of me?
I'm healing. You got that bag?
I can't see that.
One's on green.
Do you need to drive by Maji or what?
I'm knocked.
Knocked him?
Maji's got him. Smoking back. Smoke yourself in, Maji. One's on Maji. I can't see it.
I'm calling to you, Super.
One's knocked. Wait, never mind.
No. Putting shots down on him. I'm rezzing back now.
I'm healing.
We have plays to win this game like ease if we just go orange.
If you kill blue, Maji can get to you, but he's stuck.
I'm driving by.
One more on blue.
I'm driving by. Yeah, I'm going by.
Just go. He's peeking on a tree near Maji.
Oh shit.
Knocked.
One up, guys.
He's south of me. He's far down. Green.
Maji's dead to blue.
Okay.
I'm not dead.
Can you throw a smoke? I don't have a smoke for much.
I don't have him. He's pushing left.
Okay.
He's pushing left. Blue wall on the tree.
He's on it. Wait, someone. Oh, that's a knock.
No, it's a knock.
Dead.
Nice.
Good job, guys.
We need to reset east. There's more people. They got backfilled.
Can you smoke to get util off of Delta?
Okay, a little bit in those comms once again after another third-party situation comes into play. It looks like they did end up cleaning up ganking Orangutan, and another team, SDR, ended up pulling up right on their fight as well, and they won that fight too. So now, even though there's only 2 of them up, they do have 8 kills. They did get a little bit of help from some other third-partying elsewhere in the zone, but now they're going to have to figure out where exactly they're going to go. You can see I'm a Leaf and others and Beck really getting some vehicles, getting some more util meds, whatever loot they need, and now trying to figure out where they can play inside zone. They were talking about positions that they were able to play if they got there, but it'll be interesting to see if it is possible for them to get there. Here we go. Otherwise, everybody else elsewhere in this zone looks like Jeppy in a little bit of an awkward situation. Might get shot by Nightly Esports, but everybody else needs to send it on in. We can see those guys making the move now, driving straight towards Unorthodox. Sociopath is going to get a knock on a You Cannot Redo. The rest of them inside of the dip, gonna get a knock on a Flax as well. Will Lemon's Crazy be able to help out? No, he's gonna get knocked by a nade and is now just down to Cowboy here. He did get a knock onto one of Unorthodox. There goes the flush out, and now it's just Day All Day left. Here comes that nade. You can see it flying in from the distance. And he is not going to get down from that. Down to 11 HP, however, needing to throw out more smokes as he heals. He might be able to res his teammates as well if he moves fast enough. It does look like Lemon Squeezy might get flushed out from those Molotovs. But otherwise, all these smokes protecting them for right now. But JL Day, it doesn't seem like he has any more offensive utility. I tried clicking on him to see so, but apparently it doesn't want me to. JL Day is going to spot out both Flex and Lemon Squeezy and go for the flushes onto those, so he does at least have secured 2 more points for his team. And we can see on the other side of their dip is VaLor. So if this fight, and when this fight finishes, they might have to deal with VaLor. I'm surprised VaLor didn't send it into Chopsticks themselves, but they do seem to be safe on that side of the road using cars for protection. There we go. JL Day getting a knock on a Cowboy, gets a knock onto You Cannot Redo as well, and those guys are eliminated. JL Day got 3 of those kills. Sociopath got the other, so they just completely took out that team as a 2-man there, and he's going to be able to continue on living inside of this right chopstick. You can see no one else is contesting for him for it just yet. Otherwise, elsewhere in this zone, it does look like Dips Free tried driving out of their compound that's currently inside blue zone, but Chaotic was caught out by Tilt Town and taken out of the game. We're down to our top 8 teams here, and with that zone pop, the only team inside of this zone is Silverline. The rest of these guys are going to have to figure out a way inside. It looks like Ascendance ended up losing Beck as well, so it's just down to I'm a Leaf. It does look like they have some vehicles, but the first fight is of course going to happen between Rise and Tilt Town. After Savage got a knock on Achilla, so he ended up getting traded right back. Patron, getting a knock too, but a bunch of re-knockbacks. Tilt Town is going to be eliminated in 8th place. At least they got a singular placement point, but a point nonetheless, and the rest of Rise are going to go on ahead and be revived. What they're going to do is they're just going to continue on their little tunnel and take this chopstick. They're going to get in a fight with Jay all day, and everybody else might have to just send it there as well. We can see Boomers getting in some vehicles as well. It'll be interesting to see where they decide to be able to go. Currently trying to get in a fight with Kite. Kite actually pushing really close up with a bunch of util. There goes some nades and some mollies coming in now. You can see them getting shot in the side from Silverline as well. This isn't looking too good for them. All those nades. Ooh, that nade ended up knocking Wazuppy as he was trying to get the res onto D-Stem as well. Doobie Des just into Sambuca. He's currently taking a lot of damage from Super, from Ascendance. There you go, Sambuca getting a knock onto Kite, at least getting the flush onto him. They do have at least 1 point here. Let's see how else he's going to be able to play this with everybody else in front of him. I'm a Leaf actually getting involved, taking down Raja Wow too. Now he can heal. Morans, the last one from Nightly Esports, isn't pushing onto Sambuca anymore, and is instead running really close to Silverline here. You can see he's currently prone on a rack just inside zone. Don't quite know what Sambuca is going to be able to do. He does seem like he's leaving all of his vehicles, which is definitely not what he can do here. And it looks like I'm a Leaf wanting these kills is currently watching all this smoke too. Will he spot out Sambuca is the question. There it is. He has spotted him out. All that smoke is kind of covering him, but now Sambuca is trying to make a smoke line in, tried to spot out I'm a Leaf, was unsuccessful, is going to be taken out as well. Boomer's eliminated. It looks like the fighting has in fact started. Honey Badger actually with a spray onto VaLor is going to get a knock onto Grant Lantis. Let's go ahead and look from his perspective. It seems like they're still cautious towards the direction of Morns and where Sambuca was. It looks like they're currently watching that smoke. Better safe than sorry. Good to be very cautious on this, but with this push out, he needs to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out by I'm a Leaf or Morns here. Looks like neither I'm a Leaf is not in a position to be able to see him. Morns is very content just staying at his rock for now. It's as a solo. You just want to wait for other people inside of the zone to fight first. And it looks like now he's going to go and target some vehicle tires to make sure that nobody can rotate even closer to them. So with this zone shift again, it is putting Silverline in a beautiful position. They're currently the only people inside zone with any sort of hard cover. And I don't think VaLor, I mean, they created their own cover with their vehicles, but at this rate, yeah, look at that. Look at all that fire and smoke. Their vehicles, their cover has just been absolutely destroyed, and there's no way they're going to be able to move that just a few feet forward to continue their cover. They're going to have to push towards Silverline and win some gunfights. You can see Deppy aim with that 3x SLR already attempting to. Grant Lantis actually getting a knock into Greta the Goat with an SKS, needing to move away from their third vehicle now exploding. Oh, I thought Grant Lantis was about to get smushed there, but he does not. It looks like Rise cleaning up Unorthodox. He was just a solo here on the west side as well. Now they have to focus on getting inside zone. It does look like VaLor is going to successfully get inside zone for right now. Morin's actually peeking over and taking out G-Price of Silverline. Honey Badger also dead too. It's just down to one more member for Silverline, and it looks like Zero is going to successfully make it to this broken shack as well for VaLor. So a ton of solos here. Morns just absolutely got to take this opportunity to decimate this team. I mean, we always mention the powerlessness and power of solos. I mean, like, if they ever got in a full-on 4v1 situation, they have really bad, like, a chance of survival, but they do have the ability, if they're sneaky about it, to completely ruin a team's game. And that's exactly what happened with Silverline here. Looks like Nightly Esports did end up being taken out, but he did get a few more points before he was. Greta the Goat now the last one for Silverline, currently having to heal after a lot of damage put onto her from Zero. She does not have a helmet, so she needs to be very careful with her peaks. She does have a 6x SLR though, trying to break Zero's shack. I think Zero noticed that she didn't have a helmet, and now he's just hard peeking her, waiting for her to look once more. He also seemed to know exactly where Rise is. Here comes out some nades. He knows that the rest of these guys are in fact in this field beside him. That nade right there is going to break his cover, so Greta might in fact get a knock onto him, and is going to be Chilla instead, taking out VaLor, eliminated in 4th place. So you can see here our top 3 teams is in the entire 4-man of Rise with 5 kills. Then our 2 solos, I'm a Leaf from Ascendance with 9 kills, and Greta the Goat from Silverline currently with 6 kills. Let's go on ahead and jump into Rise's comms as this game ends.
Take it slow.
On you.
I'm boosting now.
Right, Fatty. Right, Fatty.
Heard. Let's keep. All right, we're taxed on you till. Let's say, guys, start moving. On yellow if you can.
Healing. Okay, they're split. They're split. One's by shack, and then the other guy's far south.
I'm making the play. I'm going.
Heard. No more smokes. Remember.
Healing behind you.
Yep, heard. I'll peek after this heal.
I'll peek right, you peek left.
Alright.
I'm using
the car, broken car. At the tree.
Heard.
Green.
Hey, I'm in. Can you guys come in?
Moving.
Can we isolate one?
Coming ahead at the car.
Good hits.
Healing again.
Heard. Holding for you. Peeking left to car.
Heard. Moving again.
Yep. Can we get them to us?
I'm going angle left here.
What up?
Exposed. Guy right is 1 shot. Guy right, run shot.
He's over the ridge
It's a solo. He's 1 shot and he's solo.
Stunning.
To the right of the tree. To the right of that green tree in the
Stunning.
Left of the tree, left of the tree, left of the tree.
Left of the tree. Heard.
Orange tree.
Stunning
we just
again.
prep on
Pushing
this
left.
together?
Pushing left.
Yep.
Pushing left
Push
with
on,
you.
boys.
Let's go, Chilla. Let's go.
Could be prone. Yep.
Yeah,
prone.
Run.
Lit. There you go.
Nice,
Go.
nice,
Hey,
nice,
good job.
nice.
Good job. Good
Huge
job.
plays.
Woo! Much.
There you go, and we got to hear the comms for Rise Esports as they won our second Erangel game here against a few solos. I mean, nicely deserved. They had to fight all the way inside of Dumpling the entire time, fought into Chopsticks, fought multiple teams over there, and they won this game with 7 kills. That was a very nice play by them. Even when they knew, they thought it was a 4v2. You could hear the intensity in their voices as they were playing. A very passionate, happy ending for them right there. So congratulations to Rise. We're going to go on ahead and go into our last Erangel game for day 3. Don't go anywhere. I will also update you guys with the leaderboard. Hello everybody, once again this is SpanCargo casting Quarantine League Season 7. We're going to go into our third game on Orion, but let's look at the leaderboard as per usual. I hope everybody is doing well today and excited for some PUBG. There's the leaderboard. VaLor still holding on to their first place position now with 137 total points. Ascendance in second with 126 and True Sight in third with 104. We can see right below them is in fact No Cap with 98, soon to also break the 100-point threshold as well. Again, the top 3 teams are going to get the prize pool money for our tournament here, and the other teams, if you win a game, if you get a game with the most points, so kills, placement points, add them all together, you don't have to actually win the game to have the one with the most amount of points also gets prizes as well per game, which is very exciting. But here we go, about to go into Orion before we go into our Desert of Miramar. Let's go ahead and take a look at this plane path. There we go, game 3, starting all the way just to the left of Silverline, ending by military. We can see everybody having to go to some all drops here, one of them being an Unorthodox going to Zarky, now Silverline going to their usual Silverline drop. I think this is finally a game where Dips Free can drop on military base without having to long drop for it or try and grab vehicles to get further here. So that is very exciting for them. Everybody else continuing to go to their usual spots. It looks like Gang Orangutan and Ascendance still very much wanting to get close to Yasnaya. Poliana currently dropping towards some vehicles. It looks like Ascendance going for some vehicles, probably straight to Yasnaya, while the rest of Gang going towards the compound of Nolene, where they're going to be able to grab an Esport vehicle. It looks like they're missing a member. They are. Gang Orangutan is currently just down to a 3-man currently. There we go, Ascendance now, all 4 of them getting into a car and driving to Yasnaya. Elsewhere though, everybody's dropping their usual positions, no contention, everything's right in the world, beautiful. Wait, what is this? Okay, so there are actually 2 teams that weren't able to get to their drop spot, and they end up dropping where Dips Free loots. So as you can see, one of them is No Cap, and to the north is actually Orion on Military Island 2. Dips Free, okay, they do have all 4 up. Gwen Stacy's just quite far, but No Cap going ahead and taking C block is going to go on ahead and shove the rest of Dips Free in this corner here, not even towards factory, so they might be a little bit short on loot. We'll end up seeing the Orion on the other hand. They usually go around the Milta area, I believe, and they were unable to reach, so they're currently on the north side of this island, looting up in these small compounds, grabbing vehicles. It looks like broke status going for either the crossroads, or I doubt any one of them are going to Novo, especially because this zone did in fact pop and is going around shooting range. We can see Silverline all the way up there going to have a nice priority on choosing where they want to play. It will be interesting to see, on the other hand, if No Cap will be aggressive onto Dips Free's position here. It looks like they're still very content inside of C dot, but I mean, Dips Free should also have an Esport vehicle on this end, but No Cap already starting their push out. Let's see if they're going to be able to catch them on this. Maybe I'm blind. Where is this Esport spawn? What? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So I guess too far for them to reach the Dips Free are in fact just going to be running for it, so No Cap will be able to grab these vehicles instead. At least unfortunately for No Cap, unfortunately for Dips Free is going to be able to get away from them with no one harmed. I wonder if that was an intentional hot drop or if No Cap just were forced to go there due to the plane path. I can't quite remember where their usual plane drop is. Let's go take a look at that. They usually drop Sojo. Okay, that makes sense. So their usual drop is around Sojo or shelter area. They could not make it, so they went on ahead and went to military. There we go, you can hear them grabbing those vehicles now because it's time to start the rotation. So there is Orion occupying the east bridge and Tiltown occupying the west one. That's also the direction that Dips Free is. It'll be interesting to see if any of these guys decide to hold someone out. It also looks like a rotation is coming from VaLor now on this left bridge here, running straight into True Sight. You can already see Colton or Grantlantis, can't quite tell who's driving, actually shooting towards them as they're making their rotations. Yep, here we go. The bullets going back and forth, and looks like VaLor wanting to get a little bit more involved is going to try and get really close to Hayden, and it looks like Grantlantis isn't going to be able to quite get the knock onto him. So no early kill drive-by for you just yet, at least. As they're continuing the rotation, they're actually going to be driving right up to Unorthodox's position, who's already occupying Plains. I mean, Plains is usually a very wanted spot, so here we go. It looks like they're going to be getting really close to Unorthodox. Will You So Ugly or teammate Sociopath hear them out here? Socio might end up being in a really bad position here. Here we go. Will the drive-by come into play? A little bit of shots towards Socio, but it's not a spray, so he is going to get away unscathed as You So Ugly. You can see him trying to run on over to help his teammate a little bit, but luckily it was not needed. The rest of VaLor still finding a little bit of difficulty figuring out where they can go, getting shot at by both True Sight and still trying to drive by Unorthodox. Everybody else now making their rotations. It looks like all of Tactical 8 was able to get to this one-story building quite successfully. Liam now is trying to go over to help the rotation for Glucose Father to get in as well, but he needs to be careful because look at that, those guys getting really close by to him. Currently on a bike at least, so I don't think they're going to get near each other quite yet. You can see one of Tech 8's members also decimated with a Car 9, getting a knock into one of Gang Orangutan's members. Oh. And there we go, we can hear all the drive-bying action happening. Some shots were put towards Enraged Zealot, taking him not super low, but he is going to be in a very hard position. As you can see, everybody else getting out of their vehicles, trying to shoot at him here. There we go, down to half HP from You Cannot Redo. Glucose Father from above might be able to help his teammate. Liam actually driving by is going to take out Lemon Squeezy. Glucose Father with that 2x M4 can hear these guys and spots out Flax, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. There we go, getting a lot of damage onto him, but unfortunately not enough for a knock, but Detonator is there instead. He's going to get the headshot onto Flax, so taking down those guys to just 2 members. You Cannot Redo already trying to leave with a bike, and of course it's your boy Cowboy now leaving with a US. Still some shots towards them with that budget DMR, that M16. Not going to get any more damage, but Tactical 8, it looks like all 4 of them are still up, and now they have 2 more kills to their names. That was very worrisome, needless to say. But as for everybody else now coming inside zone, it might not be quite over. Depends on where Ascendance is going, but they might end up driving right by a Tactical 8. We'll end up seeing where they go, and right behind them is, of course, San Diego Rarity as well. Here are all of the teams, still 16 teams, by the way, shooting each other from afar. We can see one of Nightly Esports just got a knock onto True Sight. Hayden currently down on top of that hill. That's a very long knock that just came into play. But yeah, I don't quite know how all these teams on the south side are going to cross the bridges at this rate. Very carefully is the answer, I guess, but it looks like a fight between SDR and Ascendance is now coming into place. It looks like Ascendance found out that SDR was in fact right behind them. So what is SDR going to do is the question. They're probably going to take their vehicles and continue rotating to the south side to see what they're doing. No, they would continue around Yasnaya actually to get to the north, because that's exactly where they need to go. Excuse me. There we go, and that's what they're doing. North and south, you know. I'm gonna go on ahead and leave that position. Looks like the rest of Ascendance now are driving up to these rocks. I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna try and hold them out up here as well. I mean, down there is definitely a pinch on that bridge, but even up here as they go on ahead and try and drive by these rocks and no lean, it can also be very much of a pinch too. If SDR doesn't want to get shot, yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna have to go north of no lean, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. So they should be able to make this rotation quite fine. We can see Mashi and Beck, though, still determined, going further to the north. It doesn't look like it's going to happen though. Elsewhere though, you can see those guys continuing their fight, getting crashed on by Take once again, is going to be eliminated by them. I mean, it was a 2v4 situation, so Take annihilated those guys, as you can see, and Tactical 8 doesn't lose anybody once again. They did get it down onto the Glucose Father, but he's already being rezzed. I think they just, after they looted and got res, they decided to go on ahead and chase those guys, especially since they had the numbers. And I mean, it worked out successfully for them. As you can see here, it looks like Tilt Town is going to go on ahead and get a little bit of crate going on here. I don't quite know what weapon he has, because as you can see, he's now in a vehicle and I can't see it. Oh well. And it also looks like Nightly Esports is very interested in pushing on down this hill towards Dips Free. Ooh, and Morn's actually just getting a headshot. Rajawao is currently down, but Kai is trying to go for the res onto him. It is just Sneak Attack up that's the furthest behind. There you go, number 1 Potato getting a knock on a Kite too. So currently Morns and Sneak Attack are having to deal with 2 knocked teammates super far away, trying to throw more smokes to make some sort of line of some path. But Dips Free, I mean, they could go on ahead and crash up onto this if they take a vehicle and drive up to that rock. Actually, it looks like Sneak Attack is trying to make a rotation so that doesn't happen, trying to get to Kite and Rajawao before they bleed out, but you can see Rajawao was just forced and Kite follows shortly after. Morns still running a little bit closer. It's just onto him and Sneak, as we mentioned, getting a headshot onto number 1 Potato. Chase now for life is currently down as well, so this is the time. You can see Morns now pulling out his 3x Scar, making a large rotation to the north side. Sneak Attack is currently being the one to distract them, getting shot at from all sides. Plus, who is also trying to make a rotation to the south side, doing some damage, but Morns now creeping on up to these buildings. Let's see what he can do here if he spots out Potato, who is the closest here. We can also see a fight popping off near this bridge once again. No Cap versus Ascendance. It looks like Gats is currently down. Ploops is dead. And Ascendance, currently Raven is the only one knocked. The rest of them are still up, but they have to be careful as it's just Oldless and Hazelton still here. Here we go, back to down here. Looks like Morns ended up getting a knock and a flush onto number 1 Potato, while the rest of Dips Free made a rotation to the south side. Looks like they're hard chasing Sneak Attack, but Nightly Esports, Morns and Sneak, they're currently very, very split, playing as solos. Basically, Sneak Attack needs to be very careful here. Let's see what he does. There we go, he spots out Jay Snow and Gwen Stacy. Gwen looked over there, was gonna get the knock on him and the knock on Jay Snow. Blue is pushing on over now. He ran out of bullets inside of his barrel, so Pluis is in fact going to get the kill onto him. And from afar we can see Boomers getting involved and actually stealing the kill on I Love Gwen Stacy. Now throwing smoke down to save Jay Snow for life. Morns now pushing over aggressively though. I mean, oh, but Sambuca actually got a headshot on both Jay Snow and Pluis, is going to take out Dips Free. And Morns now realizing that is going to go right back to his vehicle and figure out the rest of this game as a solo. It looks like the fight over here between Ascendance and No Cap is still continuing. It looks like Maji is down to 2. Javen currently getting the res onto him. I'm leaving back trying to hold from afar, but it looks like the 3 members of No Cap might make it so that they're unable to move any further. Everybody else though, oh my goodness, it just looks like a mess happening up here in the north side as well. You can see Tilt Town and SDR and Silverline Esports all getting involved. A lot of bullets coming on out now. Finding out Delta, looks like Ane is now inside that shack. A bunch of nades going towards him now. He is safely inside here with Silverline directly beside them. I mean, it looks like Silverline ended up leaving off of that. Maybe they're trying to get involved in that fight. It didn't quite end up happening. Going back to our east, it looks like they finally got the kill onto 1 of Ascendance, and that's going to be Zraven. Maji getting spotted out by Hazelton is also going to end up getting down with that M4 spray. It's now just down to 2 members of Ascendance. Beck and Imaleaf back at the compound versus all 3 of No Cap. Gats getting taken down, very low HP. I mean, they're all currently tanking blue zone damage. It looks like Imaleaf is now backing up to try and get into the vehicle with his teammate. But first, trying to spot out. Yep, trying to spot out Oldless, taken down to 11 HP, being forced to stop and heal right when this zone closes, right when this hits his phase 4. This is when you're not going to want to be in blue zone any longer. There we go, trying to get a hit onto Oldless. I think that fence is actually blocking it for him. Oh, but with that shot, it is going to do a lot of damage. This would be a chance for them to get in their vehicles and make a rotation. But it looks like they're not going to be able to do so. This actually was taken down from zone. The rest of No Cap did, in fact, rotate. And that zone shift. There are so many hard shifts happening in all of these aerial games. In fact, I think all 3 of them were just full of them. As you can see, actually, Orion driving straight through the remaining members of No Cap is going to get it down onto Dirty Zen. The rest of Orion is just continuing their rotation. They're like, my teammate is dead. The rest of No Cap now still continuing to try and shoot at Ascendance. I'm a Leaf proning on the smallest of ridges possible. Beck is making a rotation. I don't know if he's going to be able to help out I'm a Leaf here, but he's at least going to be able to go on ahead and live himself. Let's see what he goes on ahead and does. Gas is definitely going to be passionate or determined to get the kill onto I'm a Leaf. Beck now making it successfully across the bridge is going to have to deal with Orion directly in front of him. We can see Gats is still, in fact, watching that position. Ooh, I think I'm a Leaf realizing going right back to his ridge and laying on down. Gats currently only has 4 bandages, so I think he's thinking this is it. This is a last kill, and he's going to be going out. But I'm a Leaf. He has 1 bandage left, so after this 1 bandage, he is, in fact, going to have to stand up and fight. There you go. Spotting him on that tree is going to do 1 bullet of damage into him, but that 1 bullet from Gats is going to do more just due to this difference of HP. So I'm a Leaf is going to be taken down, meaning that Beck is going to be the last solo. This is a wild game from all these hardships, but as you can see, there are multiple teams here on the north side. It's True Sight, Silverline in the center, and Unorthodox pushing closely onto this Red Rider, currently getting flushed out by Unorthodox here. Don't know who to quite watch, but it looks like Unorthodox being pressured by the blue zoner, having to push very hard onto Silverline here, trying to make some smoke lines. Let's see if Honey Badger will be able to spot out You So Ugly or not. From afar, it seems like True Sight is trying to get involved. You So Ugly does, in fact, get spotted out by Honey Badger. He's going to instantly be taken down and flushed. Now, Honey Badger using his last bandage as well. This is phase 4. This is the phase you do not want to be taking blue damage in. It looks like Greta is going to bleed out, and Honey Badger is probably going to go out to zone as well because True Sight's there. Yep. You can see Tiltown was eliminated in the feed, and so was Silverline because they were just caught out of blue zone. True Sight and Unorthodox both still alive, though missing some members. Looks like True Sight is just a 3-man, and Unorthodox, after losing You So Ugly in jail day, is just under Fizzle and Sociopath left. Here we go. Looks like they're actually choosing to be aggressive on this, pushing closer. Let's see where that zone ended up going. Again, absolutely horrifying zone shift. I mean, everybody played to the north side, and here it is shifting all the way back to the south. Like, everybody is going to be making massive wide rotations. You can see Unorthodox actually deciding that trying to fight wasn't worth it, getting in their vehicles and making the rotations for themselves now. See where they end up going. It looks like they are going to meet a little bit of some bridge trolls, I guess we could call it. Oh no, they're becoming bridge trolls themselves. Sambuca was in fact very ready with a nade prepped for them to drive across, but them probably figuring that someone was holding this went into the water. There you go, Sociopath being spotted out. Sambuca and D-Sem are going to end up getting the knock onto him. Fizzle still alive. I think he heard the shots right beside him. He's now going to be running on over to see if he can spot him out, the last remaining member of Unorthodox. That nade from Fizzle is going to take out D-Stem, so Sambuca can push off of this. It looks like Fizzle's trying to get the flush onto him. Oh, there he is, spotting him out, but Fizzle is going to win that altercation with that M4 spray. That nade also is going to flush out D-Stem. And now it's just up to Wazuppy and Doobie. It looks like Wazuppy currently trying to push aggressively onto this. He does have a nade, so he's going to chuck that right now. If Fizzle peeks right now, he could take him out. It looks like he's not going to. That nade now is going to bounce a little bit too far. Let's watch from his perspective as he's trying to climb up on top of this rock now. I think he ended up hearing Wazuppy above him. There you go. Goes for the peek. And, oh, I thought for a second maybe he won that fight, but he did not. Fizzle, it was taken down and eliminated. And as you can see from afar, Waratorium Rise is going to take down was Zuppy. So where is your teammate Doobie? It looks like Doobie is in no way any location to go and res his teammate. He's actually right beside Rise. He needs to be very careful here. How does Waratorium not see him? He ends up spotting out Fox. Does not get the knock onto Fox. You can see Waratorium pushing a little bit forward. Almost got some shots onto Doobie. Looks like he did a little bit of damage. Now chucking some nades on over to flush him out. That nade landing right beside his tree is going to do a lot of damage, down to 20 HP. The solo fight is very tense. You can see he's trying to actually run back off of this after realizing the position he's currently in. He does not have any hard cover. All they have to do is push over together and do something about it. Everybody else, though, you can see some people actually swimming. Most of these teams are actually solos, so we do still have 8 teams alive. It looks like our biggest one is currently VaLor with 4 up. Let's go take a look at that. Yeah, VaLor with 4 up, currently our actual kill leaders. Then Tactical 8 with 2, Rise with 2, STR with 2, and then a bunch of solos for Nightly Esports, No Cap, Orion, and Boomers. There we go. Doobie actually getting a knock onto Waratorium here. It's just down to Fox for Rise. He might actually win this as a solo. And actually from afar stole the knock onto Waratorium. That's unfortunate. Doobie is not going to get that kill. And here comes Fox with the vehicle. Looks like he's going to try and drive by this. Oh, they get in actually a drive-by fight. And then Doobie comes out on top. He gets the headshot onto Fox. Doobie at 11 HP wins that. He just needs to go for some looting, probably some meds, maybe some new armor, and then he has to continue on into zone. I mean, this entire side of this zone is currently free. As you can see, that Tactical 8 is trying to make a rotation on over there as well, though. So it looks like there will be 2 teams all the way on the west side. Everybody else currently stuck on the east after that massive scramble from getting up here on the north side into this zone. I mean, these zone shifts have not been nice, is all I gotta say. Went ahead and look from Gat's perspective. He's currently running right up onto Nightly Esports Morns, another solo. Let's see what he's going to do here. Will he stand up and get involved if he hears that there is, in fact, just one person left? One person beside him, I guess I should say, rather. So far, he is as still as that stone pillar or table or whatever the heck this is beside him. What is this? Oh well. But it looks like Morns is still. Looks like Gats decided to be still. Oh my goodness. You guys have the same idea. How cute is that? Aw, it's some nice yellow, some nice pink together, just chilling out. Proning beside the weird column tables. Anyway, everybody else in the zone still super far away. I mean, another duo set actually is down here on the south side. Looks like Zero's a little bit far away from the rest of his team. I think he may have figured where Broke Status was, but him also not moving is not going to end up being spotted out for now. It's very, very slow game. I mean, this is what happens on a late zone like this. There's 12 alive. I mean, 12 alive in this zone. Like, everybody has a place to hide very successfully, so no one's going to try and push off or be aggressive onto this until they absolutely have to. It looks like Gats actually ended up running out and trying to do some damage, ended up getting damaged himself below half HP again. Morns, still being very patient, is not peeking. I mean, right, he knows that right when he presses his unprone button that he's going to be making a noise, so... Oop. I accidentally hit y'all. I'm sorry about that. Here we go. Gats now moving a little bit more actively. It looks like he was not enjoying proning by the pillar like Morns is trying to find where else he can go. Oh! Looks like Tactical 8 ended up rotating right into the solo from Boomers. Doobie getting a knock on the Glucose Father, but instantly traded out by Enraged Zealot. No, I missed it! It was the only thing I wanted to watch. It looks like Gats got a little bit too close, ended up running right in front of Morns, so Morns struck. Solo v solo fight. Morns comes out on top in that situation. Gats trying to look a little bit forward into zone, There we go. After that, of course, that has caught the attention of VaLor. Now knowing that Morns is there, is already sending Colton on over to deal with it. Here comes some nades. Is that nade going to hit him? Doesn't quite look like it. It looks like his teammate actually spotted out another solo that's not Morns. Oh! That nade landed directly beside him, but did not. After that prone definitely saved Morns' life here. Now going for a little bit of the heal as Colton is pushing more aggressively. He does in fact have one more nade, so he is going to chuck it on over. It's going to land a little bit too far. I think that might just do a little damage. Yep, 26 damage onto him, and now Colton is peeking. I mean, all you can see is this smoke, so he's also out of any offensive util. No more nades, no more mollies. You can hear Zero actually throwing in a nade himself. Is going to do a little bit more damage to Morns, but still not take him out for now. With Colton's position here, he might get spotted out by SDR, but he's fully focused on trying to find out where Morns is. And here comes the molly. It's going to catch him on fire, and that is the end of Nightly Esports, eliminated in 4th. Here is our top 3 teams. You can see it is VaLor on the south side with an entire 4-man, currently 8 kills. Directly to the north of them is SDR, just Lucid Freak, and an 8 left with 5 kills. And then our other duo on the west side, Enraged Zealot and Glucose Father, 4 Tactical 8 with 7 kills. We're gonna go on ahead and see who starts this next fight. I mean, like I already mentioned, when you're lower in your team members, so if you're a solo or a duo, you're not usually going to be super aggressive on something unless you know you have an advantage. Otherwise, you're going to play your location, you're gonna play it quite sneakily, or oh my god, that zooming in and out is quite impressive. Let's get out of there. So it's like, why push anything if you don't have to? That is what the blue zone is for. Like, why go on ahead and try and force something? You just have the blue zone do it for you. So on the zone pop, the people that are going to have to move are in fact Tactical 8. So they're going to have to come in towards either SDR or make some sort of a rotation towards VaLor. It looks like Zero was found out, so Grant Lantis is being forced to run back and go for a res. But I have a feeling Tactical 8 is going to have to run and fight San Diego Rarity. And because of that, right when that fighting happens, you know that the entire 4-man of VaLor is going to push off of that immediately. I mean, in a situation like this, when you think that you are just down to 3 teams and you hear the fighting happening, you want to try and push off of that almost immediately because you can third party it. I mean, if you're paying attention to kill feed, you can see how many people are downed. See how many people are down. They're usually low HP, didn't have time to heal yet, like armor broken, didn't get to loot, you know, stuff like that. So you can see Colton actually taking a little bit of an advance, trying to spot out an 8, spotted his little footsie there, did some damage, but got clapped back from one of TAC 8 members, taking down an 8 HP, had to go on ahead and lay down to heal up. Glucose Father also low now. See what they're gonna do here. It does look like they're now inside zone. Looks like the rest of VaLor is still doing a lot of damage towards SDR and Tactical 8. They can go on ahead and play these ridges for quite a while. It's really dependent. This next fight, whoever starts it, is really dependent on where the zone is going to go. But it looks like Tactical 8 have a really nice ridge over there on the west side. I mean, SCR has a compound on the north, and of course, VaLor has that church on the south side. Ooh, Enraged Zealot with that MK14 did in fact spot out Lucid Freak. Looks like he took him down to 12 HP here. N8 now trying to make some sort of a rotation to get a better spot. He needs to be careful because Colton, if he peeks on over, could spot him out inside that little ice cream building there. It looks like he's fully focused on the sounds of that MK noise. Trying to spot out Zealot. Doesn't seem like he's being successful so far. Go spotting out Glucose Father is actually going to get a heady onto him, taking him down super low. Colton getting damaged a little bit himself too, now using his bandages to heal on up. I mean, his team has so many meds and util. They're honestly like very fine. It looks like Tactical 8, they're also really good on the meds department. They're okay in the util department, but it is really concerning for Glucose Father. He does not have a helmet and he barely has a vest right now, and it looks like after this zone shift they're realizing they're having to push towards SDR, who are currently trying to set on up so it doesn't happen here. Going on ahead and throwing out some util to try and stop it. They also seem to have really low armor as well. Let's go on ahead and jump into one of these comms. Who is it going to be? Let it be Tactical 8 here. Right when I jump into those channels, let's see what their plan is really quickly.
Yep.
I'm smoking this close corridor. We should be able to push through. We just have to ISO.
In front of me here.
Just ISO this guy. We have an angle.
Yeah.
I'm smoking the last gap. In front of me, 75. I have a gap right in front of me. We can get into cube.
Heard.
Just follow the line. Follow the line.
And he's picking me left side.
We're good. Follow my line. We're good.
Heard. Vaulting over.
Get ready for this gap on the left. When this smoke clears, he's going to be peeking left. We have to double peek him. Just ISO this peek when he peeks left.
He's gonna cross back.
Stay slightly away from me in case he goes for util here.
He's gonna cross back right. Yeah,
He just crossed back.
Okay, perfect. Now we have space then. We can peek these guys on the right. The guy on the far right in the field had to go back to church.
Yep.
Yeah, they have to
I'll peek Winnie.
church wall.
I wouldn't peek that.
Really awkward. Yeah, I'm gonna let you peek that. I'm just gonna chill.
Drop down.
It's all you.
Tag him twice. Oh, there's one
One's
close.
close.
Literally in the field.
Might util dump?
On mark. He's like prone at a tree.
I'm smoking this next gap in front of me.
Heard.
I'll try and get a peek right on this. We're basically out of smokes after this. I've got one more smoke.
I have one as well.
I saw the guy in the field. I'm gonna try and get a lucky nade.
Throwing a smoke out in front of us here. I'm nading this field.
I moved up half wall.
Heard.
I'm looking for SDR.
Right here. You can play right
in the window.
See.
Oh, I've got
150.
I got it.
Your last up, Steezy.
Right.
One of SDR's moving, far edge, 100. He's wrapping on the UHS. Maybe both of them.
Okay. What? How is Colton right on top of me?
Unfortunately, Tactical 8 is going to be taken out, and it's now down to just N8 versus 3 people from VaLor. Here comes all of the util directly on top of him, and with all of those nades popping at the same time, VaLor is going to win our third and last Erangel game for tonight with 12 kills here. I mean, they got to play inside that church. They were spreading out, collecting as many kills as possible, and then since they had so much space, they got to push up really close in that field. There was a beautiful dip for Colton to get super close on, and that is, I mean, that's what got them. I mean, all of the util that got rained in on top of Tactical 8 and SDR eliminated them. Very nice game for them. I will see you guys on the hot desert of Miramar next. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Hello everybody, once again this is SpanCargo. We're going into our 4th game tonight, our first game on Miramar. Let's go ahead and look at that leaderboard real quickly before we get into our plane. As we can see here, our team now in first place still, VaLor holding on with 159 points. Behind them is Ascendance Esports with 128. There is a pretty big gap there. TrueSight in third with 105. No Cap in fourth with 104. TrueSight actually taking that spot from No Cap. Then TAC with 99. San Diego Rarity with 14. Unorthodox with 92. And Nightly Esports with 91. If you guys want to, of course, see this leaderboard with more details, do exclamation point leaderboard, or if you want to see how many nades or smokes your favorite player has thrown, go on ahead and do exclamation point stats to see all those very, very important data. All that data. There's so much. Go on ahead and do those commands. Take a look at that. Otherwise, let's go ahead and jump right into our first plane path of Miramar. As you can see here, it's starting all the way down by Los Higos, ending up by Campo Militar. So everybody should be able to go on ahead and reach their destinations. I mean, of course, some of these are going to be pretty much a long reach for it, because we know that there is a team that goes Pozo, usually a second team that drops around Pozo as well, unable to reach there quite there. I mean, they're going to have to do some sort of a long split, or go for vehicles, or go to their alt drop. It does look like, in fact, one of them is doing their alt drop, Ascendance down there by Valdemar. As for everybody else, we'll see where they go. Unorthodox are going to be able to reach their spot, which is Power Grid. It looks like the other team that drops up there is instead going to Cruise. In the center here, what is happening? Okay, it looks like Wazupi for Boomers was trying to grab a vehicle, but Rajwa for Nightly Esports is going to win it instead. The rest of Boomers trying to play off of these compounds in between Chuma and Picado here. It looks like a little bit of a fight inside of Los Leones too. You can see Evil Pickle shooting towards members of those guys, trying to dissuade them from coming any further, trying to get some kills as they were floating in the air. We can see Hayden also throwing some shots with a no-scope SLR at a retreating Hazelton for No Cap. Back to Minas Generales. Everybody else pretty split up. I mean, it looks like Morns might be in a position to either push and pinch Wazupi, or in danger if Wazupi and D-Stem move themselves in that compound there. Otherwise, everybody is soon, after looting on up or being survivable, as I like to call it, are going to have to make a rotation very soon, as this is going around Cruise to Val here. I guess I will define survivable really quickly. Like, survivable means you've landed, you got a basic guns, you have basic meds and armor and stuff. Like, you can go on ahead and leave. Like, you don't have everything that you could possibly want, but you can get into a fight and win it. That is survivable. Of course, if you're gonna go on ahead and loot longer and get all the stuff you need, then you're definitely survivable. But survivable, you have your bare minimum, you're gonna be good. It looks like one of the pinches that I mentioned is in fact gonna happen. It's going to be the pinch onto Wazupi. We can see Morns here pushing on over to the hill now, as the rest of his team is being aggressive on this. Will he spot out Morns first? No, there he is. He spots out Morns a little too late on that rock, and it's still going to be sneak attack from behind that takes him down. The flush coming out almost immediately. D-Stem and the rest of Boomers unable to do anything to try to save their teammate. They're too far away. I have a feeling that Wazupi was needing to leave way sooner on that, except I don't think that they knew that Morns landed down there, so without that information, he was just looting and unaware that Picado was going to come on over and be aggressive on that. So as we can see here, multiple of these teams are going to have a long rotation ahead of them, and those two teams are specifically going to be Ascendance and Gang Gang Orangutan. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Gang Gang decided to go for a long rotation on the east side, taking that massive road that goes through Puerto Periso and Impala, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ascendance either tried going the same way or taking the large road all the way on the west side up through Cobb. to try and get in the north side of this zone. We'll end up seeing where they go. Or, I mean, they could potentially wait for a longer time. Like, when you're so far away that you know you're not going to get any sort of priority into the zone, you're just going to wait. You're going to be more than survivable. You're going to grab all the loot, all the stuff that you definitely want. You're going to be able to save all that util, and you're going to come in behind everybody. And there is advantages to that. So when you come in after you've looted for such a long time, you're going to have like a plethora of util. Like, you're going to have a bunch of bullets, a bunch of meds. You're going to have full armor. When you come in and after some people might have already fought, might have already used all their util, their armor is damaged, they don't have as many meds, you can come in quite fresh and finish up those fights with a little bit of advantage there. You see everybody already going on ahead and making the rotation. They have 30 seconds left. You can see Boomer's already making the rotation as well. Sampuka's actually in a bus. But Zerdy's in actually catching out Fizzle from Unorthodox, meaning Unorthodox is going to have to play as a 3-man for the rest of this game. Dirty's in grabbing his bike and going for rotation now as well. His teammates are in fact in front of him. You can see Skaz got all the way up there on the north side already. And a lot of these teams are, of course, running into each other. Here you go. N8 spotting out Zolmox. I think Zolmox might have seen you back, buddy. Getting into his vehicle, trying to rotate away. N8 tried to go for a little bit of a spray onto that and was unable to hit anything. And the other members of True Sight were able to protect their teammate by shooting at N8 to not peek over any further. And he's going to go on back up to his hill while True Sight goes back to their compound. We can see Rise. Ooh, what was that? Rise also getting a little bit involved. They tried going towards Delta, probably heard that shooting, and now they're making a wider rotation around, trying to find something else that they could play. There you go, Casey actually stopping, probably scouting here. Spotting out one of SGR, calling it out, pinging it, continuing to look. Well, it'll be interesting to see if they crashed this or something. But it looks like they're currently going towards the compound that is, in fact, free here. As the rest of True Sight are crashing right towards where Delta is. Will they stay there is the question. You can see the buggy here. It actually is Delta's buggy. Delta is going to have to play this very well to get out of. It looks like he's already trying to back up a little bit or spot someone out, but it is currently Zolmox and Arson that is now occupying his compound. You can see N8 now trying to join him as well. Lucid Freak and Deadeye also now in vehicles. It looks like this fight between San Diego Rarity and True Sight are definitely going to be underway. Let's go on ahead and jump into SDR's comms as this is occurring. Well, it doesn't look like they exist actually in our voice chats, so maybe we're not going to go on ahead and jump into an SDR voice comm, but it looks like True Sight are rolling off anyway, going on ahead and getting really close to Deadeye. Oh, his teammate trying to get involved too. Arson going to get downed. Deadeye caught that knock on Arson as he flew on over towards him. Zolmox the only one over here. I think they realized that Deadeye was the only one and tried capitalizing off of it. Did not quite happening in the way they intended. You can see everybody else now still making these wide rotations in. Looks like Delta is going to take down Arson with an M24 shot. Go ahead and zoom on out to see this bigger rotation. We can see that Gang Orangutan did in fact go for this Puerto Prisa and Paula big road rotation. Most of them are already up there, but it looks like Tetra ended up falling behind. Dips Free from their location ended up making a wide rotation up through Cobb, and it is Ascendance, after being in there for so long, not able to make such a wide rotation, going straight in behind everybody. It looks like a lot of shooting is happening as all of these rotations are coming into play. Interesting to see if some of these guys run into each other even more. It looks like Glucose Faller's in a little bit of trouble all the way down on the south side here from Nightly Esports. Otherwise, looks like SDR and True Sight did not in fact fight. Why are they not in the Discord? but everybody's going to continue on to their rotations. They're wanting to get as far north as possible because that's where all of the more open compounds are. Plus, because of their zone shift, I mean, basing off where it goes, it could be easier to get somewhere if you put yourself in a better position. It just depends. Like, some people, I don't believe super much like into edge teams or center circle teams. I think it's like wherever you end up being able to go, you should be able to adapt to any sort of situation. But I mean, there definitely are play styles in these games people do prefer more than others. As you can see here, Tactical 8 is actually staying behind and shooting at everybody rotating on in. You can see Ascendance now just getting inside zone. Everybody else is securely inside other than those teams. Yep, you can see, and that zone shift is in fact going to continue going north. This is exactly why I said the north side's open. You want to continue going north, I mean. And luckily for all those teams that did do that are super far to the north side. Everybody already making their rotations. Looks like Unorthodox are going to go on ahead and make it into cruise. This is a situation where if you know, like on the shift like this, if you're near a city and you need to get further inside zone, it's usually safe to go on ahead and crash into a city. People don't usually 100% play those. You usually play something on some sort of an edge. So if they got to be able to peek at that a little bit, not see anybody there, they're going to go on ahead and take advantage of that immediately. Ooh. Looks like TrueSight actually making a massive rotation directly through the center of Rise. Zolmok's taking a lot of damage from Casey, down to 12 HP, trying to make it into cruiser somewhere safe. Oh, he's going to crash his vehicle. Unfortunately, he's sent out on the other side, but it doesn't look like Casey can see him, so he is going to be safe for right now. Now using all of those vehicles for some sort of protection. Oh, whoops. It looks like... This looks like William ended up calling Glucose Father something mean, so he ended up having to go on ahead and teach him a lesson. He's like, what did you say to me? Just smack. Go ahead and get that res down, continue on with their rotation, and it looks like No Cap and Ascendance, two very aggressive teams, are actually going to get in the fight here. Ooh, Diamond Leaf taking Oldest down to 22 HP here, making him back up and go for some heals. All 4 of each of these teams are up. I'm a Leaf now running on over. If you can spot out Ploob here, Ploob might get some over ridge help from Hazelton behind, but we'll end up seeing if that comes into play. Ooh, I think I'm a Leaf spotted him out, realizing that he's in the open, is being forced to back up for some sort of ridge protection too. Oh, but Oldest from on top of the hill are just hitting I'm a Leaf down super low at 19 HP. There we go. Oldest getting the final hit onto him. Maji being forced to throw down some smokes to try and go for the res. Maji actually ends up knocking out Oldest up on top of the hill there. You can see Hazelton trying to get involved, shooting at Beckon's Raven as they rotate. Here comes some nades coming on in as they're pushing aggressively on this. Beck actually ended up running into a rock, so that nade is in fact going to do some damage to him, down to 38 HP, being forced to go on ahead and go for a heal. It looks like Ploop was able to push on over and take out Maji and I'm a Leaf. Zraven trying to spot him out now, but he is spotted out himself. Looks like Beck is now stuck on the vehicle. They have to play super carefully here. Hazelton already overpeaking his position. Yep, they definitely know exactly where he is. Both of them trying to figure out a way to get out of here. Beck now being shot in the back. Ascendance now just to 2 people, so they're going to try and leave off of this, continue playing the rest of this game, even as a half team. And it looks like they're going to do so successfully. The rest of No Cap are not inside their vehicles to get any further. Becca there with a little bit of a tumble will be able to continue going on this rotation, probably towards Azhar and in. I mean, this zone even smaller, centering around this fight between Rise and SDR, is currently in 8, who is the closest. Looks like he got a few knocks onto Rise, but Rise going to get those reses. Those rises. Okay, I'm gonna stop. And SDR unable to push over any further because that push over is completely out in the open. Like, Rise will just be able to very easily hold them off, and other teams will be able to third party them very easily. So you can hear the grenades coming out as well in the background. A lot of teams here still being forced to come on in. We can see that there is some holding out happening here. Tiltown, for example, shooting towards those guys in the southeast side of this zone. A lot more people send it into Cruz de Val. Looks like Unorthodox went ahead and took the south. Zolmok still hiding in between all of those vehicles here. And on the north side, looks like a fight between Orion and Dips Free. Is this fight going to continue is the question. Orion ended up getting a knock into number 1 Potato. Looks like Dirty's in trying to spot anybody else out. Will Dips Free continue this push into this compound, or will they grab vehicles and try for a different rotation is the question. You're stuck in that doorway? I couldn't quite tell. Dirty's going to back up off of that, though. See a lot more people continuing on with their rotation. Gang Orangutan, for example, going to be rotating on these hills right above Orion. Brokestas might be able to hear that and call it out. Tactical 8 also making a rotation past this spot as well. Here's Skaska putting some shots towards them, too. Ooh, and let's see what Tactical 8 is going to do. It looks like they're going to be crossing straight into Cruz as well. And VaLor is right there. VaLor, Jeppy Aim, and Zero are in these buildings directly beside where Tac 8 has now landed. Let's see what Jeppy Aim is doing. He's currently playing this very slowly. He's now going to go ahead and cut off their line of sight if they were to look into those buildings. And Jeppy Aim is now going to be playing a little bit of a rat play from now on. I mean, if Tactical 8 does decide to extend to those buildings below them, Jeppy Aim could actually take one down and out. Looks like they did end up smacking Zero a little bit, doing a lot of damage. Oh, okay. He's just moving the vehicle. I was wondering if he's going to take the vehicle to the lower location where Jeppy is. It doesn't look like that is quite going to happen. Looks like the rest of Dips Free, just down to 3 of them, Blues, Jason, and Gwen Stacy, are going to be able to get in front of Orion, but Orion are now being aggressive on this fight again. Ooh, and jump on into these comms here.
I got a 1.
Only one up there, resin Gwen.
Yeah,
I'm on my way.
Ridge past my body.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I'm anchoring. Nice.
Okay, you hit once.
Heard.
I saw it.
With a knock, hit all my bullets.
Got it.
Safe for us, safe for us.
Free.
With a knock, hit all of my bullets.
Guys, we're gonna use the diesel line, okay?
Yeah, heard that. I'm grabbing bike and I'll be over.
Yep.
Well, that ended up ending way faster than I expected. It looks like Dipstree is going to be our first team eliminated here. Ryan is going to be able to take the entire north side. I mean, from their position there, they can go on ahead and probably move further into these ridges, at least for now, to figure out where else they can play. It looks like everybody else still trying to move further in. It looks like Silverline is going to end up getting a crate as well. Oh, did he not grab whatever's inside? Oh, it looks like it's just a suppressor. Okay. Who knows who has it? Might actually be Honey Badger, and it is. He has an AUG along with the 3 gear here. Multiple teams inside. Cruz de Val. We're probably going to end up jumping on over to one of those teams as they're eventually going to get into a fight. I mean, it's inevitable. You can see all the way on the south side, No Cap is also going to end up being eliminated on the rotation from those guys. Won't be surprised if SDR got involved in that as well. And now those guys currently, we'll see if they get the res on You Cannot Redo, but Tiltown is actually absolutely pelting them. It looks like they are getting into vehicles, probably going to go for the res. I mean, they do have time to do so, but will they lose their vehicle is the question. Seems like they're going to be fine for now. Everybody else, there's just so many people on the west side of this zone here. They're all just playing inside Cruz. I mean, Tactical 8 is going to end up pushing more inside zone, so they are definitely going to come very close to Jeppy Aim, so that's going to be an interesting fight to see. But otherwise, all of this rotation's coming into play here. It looks like San Diego Rarity might be smushed between 2 teams, being Tiltown and Nightly Esports. So it looks like Tiltown right now are not interested in San Diego Rarity, but they're definitely interested in those guys currently rotating right towards Beast Career. Here we go, pulling out the 3x barrel is going to take down Flax. There's just the You Cannot Redo left behind there. He's super low. That nade coming into play is not going to be close enough to do any damage. Yeah, just down 6 damage. You can see San Diego Rarity actually getting involved too, chucking some nades. Oh, and Delta with the M24 bolt is going to hit Redo and take him down. It's just down to your Cowboy left. And this fight between SDR and Tiltown might come into play. You can see the damage from Nightly Esports from afar onto Innate and Delta here. There we go. Tiltown getting the knocks, the flushes onto the 2 members of those guys. It's still just It's Your Boy Cowboy left to tank blue for now. Yep, throwing a nade directly up into the air. He's just going to die to blue zone because it's phase 4 and he knows he's being held out. There we go. He's just going to go out with that nade. And here comes SDR pushing aggressively over this hill onto Tiltown here.
Fuck! I knew it, man.
Man, I'm just not having good luck with these comms whatsoever, am I? Okay, well, it looks like what? SDR just pushed on over and just eliminated Tiltown in like the flash of an eye. Okay, well, the zone did in fact pull further to the east side, so all these guys on the west are going to have to run into each other and fight and get up this massive open terrain. We can see in the distance Ascendance was just eliminated from Honey Badger over there. But look how many teams are over here. Glucose Father did get a knock onto one of Booberns, and it looks like they're trying to get a little bit closer to prioritize off of this fight. My eyes are actually watering. I'm like crying. That was so funny. Okay. Looks like Zealot knowing exactly where the rest of Boomers is, trying to look inside as Glucose Father is holding off the last remaining one. D-Stem inside of this building. Do they know that he is there is the question. D-Stem, yep, spotting out and Rage Zealot is going to take him super low. He is still in his sight line, so he's going to get the down and the flush. Sambuca and Doobie are further inside. Here comes the zone to do a lot of damage. It could just be mutually self-assured destruction, honestly. VaLor getting involved now, taking out Weum from Tactical 8. Tactical 8 now fighting both Boomers and VaLor. There we go. Glucose further pushing on in, getting a down onto Sambuca, but still has Doobie in front of them, and now D-Stem behind. Unfortunately, isn't going to be able to find that med, is going to go down to blue and flushed out. D-Stem is also down here and is now just down to Destinator for Tactical 8. We can see that there are multiple teams in this small room. Getting a knock. Oh! Getting a knock onto one of VaLor. Zolmox is going to eliminate Tactical 8, and Zolmox is going to be followed right after from VaLor. So multiple teams are in fact getting eliminated here. Looks like Boomer's just eliminated as well. From VaLor still alive. Jeppy and Colton are going to bleed out though, leaving them as a 2-man. Right above them, Nightly Esports was eliminated too. From Unorthodox getting involved, and Rise, Unorthodox, Nightly Esports. Yeah, it's just multiple teams here. Looks like Rise, Chilla won't be able to go on ahead and get the rest onto his teammates. He's instead going to go on ahead and eliminate out Unorthodox. Now stuck in the rock. Unfortunately, started his med too late. Is going to be eliminated, revealing our top 4, our chaotic top 4 here. I don't quite know what to think about this. The zone is about to pop, and while that happens, let's go ahead and look at our kill leaders. We can see Orion here, currently with the most kills with 8, still have 3 up, and then it's going to be VaLor, currently a 2-man with multiple kills. I don't think they show all of the kills actually. Yeah, with 7 kills total. Then SDR with all 4 up. They currently only have 5 kills. Looks like, wait. Yeah, Rise is eliminated. And then, of course, ganking Orangutan. It looks like they have been in the center zone for a while now. Still inside zone, as you can see from this shift. And they're a little bit cursed. They have 0 kills. They haven't been able to do too much here, but everybody else are going to have to go on ahead and figure out their way in. You can see Orion ended up going on ahead and taking the position of Silverline Esports now. Gonna have to figure out how they're gonna get into this zone here. Probably gonna have to end up fighting Gang Orangutan, because anywhere else they try to play, I mean, they could try to play here, but SDR will be able to see them. You can see that the next fight is probably gonna happen between SDR and VaLor. Oh, they're actually going exactly where I ended up looking at here. They went exactly where I looked at. The only real place that they can play. They end up sending... They're not super spread apart, but Gang unable to push on out of there, won't be able to go on ahead and throw util. And you can see SDR is actually taking a huge advantage of this south side. Are going to spread out massively. You can see that Lucid Freak currently in charge of holding out Orion. All of them probably know where every single person in this zone is right now. Yep, and we can see VaLor and San Diego Rarity exchanging shots. Lucid Freak now trying to meet up with the rest of his teammates, at least get a little bit further inside zone, save the vehicle so he can move later, and we'll continue looking on to Orion here. Again, Gang Orangutan just able to sit inside of these buildings in this compound. It might change very shortly depending on where this next zone goes that will be revealed in 30 seconds. I mean, I've seen this zone actually end up on top of this hill, so I wouldn't be surprised if it pulled back towards them, but as of right now, it is occupied by two teams, SDR and VaLor. It'll be interesting to see if Gang goes for a massive rotation, or, well, we'll see where this zone ends up going in general. These are very strange zones. I will have to say I have not seen most of these zone endings in a long time, so don't quite know what to make of it. Here's the zone shift. It is actually, in fact, going to go on ahead and continue to stay around Gang Orangutan, so they don't have to move super far. The only teams that are going to have to move is SDR is going to have to inch their way in a little bit further on the south side, and Orion completely on the outside. I don't think they can just inch in here, so they're going to have to go on ahead and take their vehicles and make some sort of a big rotation on this. And it looks like their vehicles are basically unusable, unfortunately. Yep. Looks like they have a bike. Zen could have gone on ahead and taking that buggy, but probably just gonna have to go for a run for it. They're going to wait for as long as possible. When you know that you're gonna have to send it somewhere, you kind of want to wait as long as possible in hopes that some other team has started fighting, maybe get eliminated first, but right now they're just going to stay there and start getting pelted from util from Gang Orangutan. They're just outside of nade range, though, so none of those nades are going to do too much damage. It looks like Delta, though, is going to get a knock on a Kanga who did extend a little bit too far backwards. I don't know if they're going to be able to have the time to get the res onto him. You can see the zone is moving very fast. Delta actually flushing them out, so hey, I mean, they had a problem with who was getting on the bike, and it looks like that was answered for them. The remaining two members are going to be able to get onto their bike and make some sort of massive rotation here. There they go. They're going to start their rotation, taking it to the north, and they're getting absolutely bullied by Gang Orangutan in the compound, and Orion will be eliminated here. Gang now has 1 kill to their name. I think SDR ended up taking the other one, but here comes the push from SDR on to VaLor. Let's go ahead and actually listen to their comms and what they're going to do here for a little bit.
By the cactus.
We're gonna cross.
I'm full blind. I'm blind.
By the cactus still.
You flashed again?
Back out, I think.
Down a cactus. Yeah, headshot.
Open.
And up left.
NT.
And I'm jumping onto VaLor because, of course, SDR is nowhere to be seen. It looks like they were very close into getting some sort of a win off of that. I mean, they were playing their trades. I mean, just basic trades. They got 2 knocks. They both got knocked, so Basic trades means that VaLor loses that. SDR will continue living. They got the res onto Delta, going for the res onto In8, and we can see Ohio for Gang already pushed up closer as that fight was happening. Looks like Chetra also up here. Let's go ahead and jump into Gang. King's Kongs as this happens as well here.
No, because we're giving up the right.
Yeah.
This is pretty bad.
One's on the ridge on like New Blue. There's 2 on that right side.
Good.
You naded?
There's probably a 2-2.
One's still above me on the rock on yellow. I hear him.
I have to heal.
No audio sounds from him. One's on me. One's on the rock. They're double peeking my mark.
I'm trying to get an angle or not.
Rock smoking.
3 of them, they're all coming rock side.
Tagged 1.
There's 3 of them on the rock.
3 of them on Nitro side.
Heard. I'm going back towards the west. He's already above me. Where's the audio, bro? The fuck? Oh.
And with that last push over, San Diego Rarity is going to win our first Miramar game here with 12 kills. A little bit of awkward comms there, I will apologize for. I don't where's SDR? They're nowhere to be found, but very good, very big congratulations to them. That was an amazing game for them there. Look at Deadeye there with 6 kills himself too. We're going to go on ahead and load up our second game here on to Miramar as well. And I'm going to see where SDR has disappeared to. So I'll catch you guys very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
like a phantom. I don't own that house in the Hamptons, and my 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Girl, let me show you the paper. I can buy that house for you later, but you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Burning like a sun, loyal as a soldier, kneeling at the stars, hoping that we'll be right. We'll be right. You'll be home. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you have?
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo once again here on to our 5th game of Quarantine League Season 7. Looks like these zones aren't the only one being bad luck for people. I think I was definitely unlucky with some of the stuff that happened last game, so sorry about that quality. I have now figured out why I couldn't find San Diego Rarity in the voice channel, so hopefully I will get their voice comms on another time for y'all SDR fans out there. But now that that is figured out, let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard here. It's going to go on ahead and load a little bit. VaLor in first place, still holding on his 172 points. Ascendance in second with 128. San Diego Rarity in third with 120. As for the rest, you guys can go on ahead and do exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats to see more details. I would also like to say that I think some of these players are having issues connecting to our Discord right now. I think Discord is kind of dying, I guess we'll say. So we might see some Monka stuff happening, but hopefully it will fix itself shortly. Otherwise, let's go ahead and take a look at this plane path, starting all the way down there by Impala, ending past Cabrera up there on the northwest. You can already see a bunch of teams jumping on out here. Let's go ahead and zoom on in a little bit. You can see Silverline going to their Impala drop as per usual. Gang and Orangutan going to Puerto Rico. Everybody else going to their usual drop spots. Nothing interesting so far here. No Cap to Bendita and Minas split. Tiltown actually going towards Los Leones now. Boomer's not going to go there anymore, it seems. Yep, and then our last team jumping out, going towards El Pozo. It's going to be Ascendance. You can see Dips Free here trying to get close to Monte as possible. Going to be able to successfully grab some vehicles and drive on down there to loot on up. The next big question is, where is this zone going to go? And there it is. It's going to answer us almost immediately. Centering around Picado, actually. This zone could go to multiple places, so it's really dependent on where this next zone goes, but we won't be able to figure that out for a while. I'm thinking maybe we could get some early game comms here on a team that's starting a rotation, so we're going to go on ahead and keep an eye out on that so we can jump in right when that happens. But otherwise, can go ahead and watch what these guys are doing. Oh, and actually, I didn't even notice this happening. It looks like D-Stem getting a little bit too close for comfort is going to be taken out by Tilt Town. I think Beast Korea might have gotten that. No, Evil Pickle getting that kill onto him there. The rest of Boomers looks like Doobie is driving on over, but unfortunately your teammate is in fact dead. You're not going to be able to get any reses there. That is interesting. Looks like Tiltown could not make it all the way into their Los Leones drop, so they dropped onto vehicles. Unfortunately, like I mentioned, killed out D-Stum there. So Boomer's already going to have to play this game as a 3-man. Looks like they're going on ahead and picking each other up to continue on further into the zone. Probably going ahead and take some of these major compounds up here that they can go on ahead and loot. Yeah, but it looks like Dipstreet did in fact grab some vehicles, drive down towards SDR here. And otherwise, I mean, this is a very center zone, so we're not going to see too many people be moving as fast as usual because they don't have to go as far. I mean, they can get into zone as soon as they want here, so they're just going to go on ahead and take a little bit of a chill pill, go ahead and loot a little bit. Why is Beck all the way inside Cabrera is what I would like to know, but I mean, if it works, it works. Probably realized that they were the last people inside that plane, so Beck is going to have to come in from a different location, gets a little bit of different loot. He will definitely be able to find a car up there since he's all alone. As we speak, he jumps in a vehicle. But here we go, everybody now finally getting into vehicles, trying to go and grab better spots inside here. Looks like Boomers realizing the position that they're in. I mean, there's only 3 of them left. We're going to go on ahead and go further to the south to try and find somewhere, and we can see the whole 4-man of No Cap probably going to take charge of this hilltop or end up splitting these 2 compounds. It actually looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They are going to go on ahead and take these shanties and split it with their other teammates on that compound across the road here. This is a pretty nice split, and I can't say how many times that the zone has actually ended around this compound lately. It's been really liking it, to be honest. So that is a nice 2-2 split coming out from No Cap already in this phase 1 circle. As for everybody else, I mean, it looks like those guys might be being held out a little bit by Tiltown. It'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to make a leave out of one of these directions before getting close to Tiltown or Tiltown getting involved here. It looks like Lemon Squeezy actually driving on by. I don't think that Savage is in a location to go for a little bit of a spray. Nope, he is not. So Lemon Squeezy is going to be able to drive on by. And I don't think there's anyone else close enough to go for it either. Nope. The next one would be Beast Korea, but he is not on this road to go for a spray onto Lemon Squeezy there. So those guys are going to successfully, at least one of them, get out using that big road on Los Leones. Zooming on out now, we can see more teams have come in closer. You can see True Sight leaving their Hacienda split, or now taking this compound right by the road. Unorthodox and leaving Power Grid to take the top of this hill. And here comes Ascendance out of El Pozo. Everybody at least moving slowly at this rate here. It looks like Gang Orangutan that did take Puerto Paraiso ended up going for a long southern rotate down on these roads, or coming up around where nitrogen is. They're probably going to be able to find one of these compounds open. I mean, church and these colorful buildings are in fact still open. And it looks like boomers ended up choosing to split out rainbows down here. Looks like those guys are going to go on ahead and take this compound where we've seen multiple teams play and fight before. We've seen games end here too. They're going to head and looking at that, making sure it's free. They're going to take it. It looks like the last remaining member also made it out of Los Leones safely to Tiltown, while closer, still not close enough to go for any sort of a spray or knock onto any of these members here. Ooh, it looks like Dips Free Gwen Stacy ended up coming out of Monte Nuevo a little bit early to try and look further inside zone where they could play. And now, as we can see, he is completely split off from the rest of his teammates with Ascendance in between them. He's going to go grab some vehicles and try and get out of there, going to Shanty. So we can see Blues and Jay Snow following right behind, but they have to be careful here. Don't know if Gwen Stacy ended up being able to hear where Ascendance is now, but if it seems like the information was in fact giving, they're going a little bit of a different route around towards Shanties here, and Ascendance not going to be able to get any sort of a sight line. We'll have to let them go through. It looks like Gwen spotting some of them out will do a little bit of damage, but being forced to back up onto this half wall to heal a bit. I don't think Ascendance will push off of this, but now here comes number one Potato. They're going to have to be very careful on this rotation as well, now that Ascendance knows where these guys are going and where they're coming from. Here we go. We can see Gwen Stacy also trying to pop some tires here, still trying to do some damage onto Ascendance. It would really hurt them, honestly, if he went to go for more tires, but not wanting to overpeak, probably doesn't want to risk getting knocked. Is going to stop looking for it now. You see number one Potato actually stopping on the side of the road. I don't know quite what happened here. Maybe crashed his vehicle. Nope, he's just chilling there for now. Spotting out I'm a Leaf, who's now healing on that half wall. Let's see if he ends up taking these shots. You can see the very tip of his head, waiting for him to move once again, but does not take the shot for now. He's waiting for a better opportunity if I'm a Leaf will give it to him here. Ooh. Now getting on the bike. Oh, he waited for the shots, but unfortunately he's going to miss them and have to get into his vehicle and continue on with that rotation to get out of there. We can see in the kill feed that fighting is actually happening between No Cap and Unorthodox. Oldless pushing on over, end up taking out Fizzle. It looks like they wanted to be a little bit greedy and take some of the compounds up on top of these rocks here, but now Oldless is stuck in a corner. A Molotov cornering him off here and getting shot from above. You So Ugly is going to take Oldless down. The flush. Oh, Sociopath actually fell into that fire. Okay, he's not going to die from that, but Sociopath is in fact going to punch out Oldless for his spot and some of that loot. You can see on the north side, though, VaLor is now there. So if VaLor gets involved here, Unorthodox is now down to a 3-man. You can tell that Colton is a little bit interested in this, already all the way up on top of the rocks. If he gets an overhead view onto this, Unorthodox will be forced off the rocks and into the buildings where they might be stuck there. Again, still some people slowly rotating on in, a little bit of silence happening, not too much going on right now, to be honest, as the zone is closing. As we can see here, actually one of Silverline is going to get a knock and to flush onto Casey from Rise Esports. Honey Badger is going to pick up Silverline's first point in that regard. That entire bowl is open from this situation. There he is, spotting out his next person. Fox and Chilla taking some bullets, not going to get it down onto either of them. However, so far with that 4X SKS, and it looks like they just pulled their cars up into that bowl. They're just patiently waiting for this next zone to shift here. They are a little bit further on edge. They don't know where all of them are. There's actually the shift. That's what's putting them on edge. I was going to say this actually looks quite small, and it is in fact going to center around No Cap's wide position here. I don't know quite why No Cap sent someone up these rocks and died, because now they're a 3-man. They're not as strong as they used to be. Like, why I don't know why they wanted to be up there, but they ended up paying for that anyway. And it looks like on the south side here, we can see Tilt Town shooting at the rotation from those guys. It's your boy Cowboy, super low at 24 HP, still trying to continue his rotation even though his tire is popped. He's probably going to make it there successfully, but just one more bullet could take him down. There he is. He is going to successfully make it in. They got to be careful from Rise right above them as well, though. And it looks like there is a little bit of a crash happening here between Boomers and Dips Free. Let's go ahead and see what Boomers are going to do in this fight here. Dips Free are directly above them. And it seems like they're not using Discord because Discord is dying. That's quite unfortunate. Anyway, while this is happening, it looks like Boomers, while trying to fight Dips Free ended up getting third-partied a little bit from Orion's Casca. Looks like getting the knock on a Blue is slowly bleeding out, actually. I was trying to click onto Orion. The rest of his teammates all the way inside Power Grid, slowly making the rotation in. I mean, Skaska can make this very difficult for the rest of these teams here. It looks like Boomer's finally leaving the situation, gonna go on ahead and back up towards their teammate Wazuppy. The rest of Dips Free just down to number 1 Potato and Gwen Stacy. As we mentioned, Blue is slowly bleeding out. I don't think there's any hope for any sort of a res onto him here, even though he's on first bleed. We'll see how far he's able to crawl, but Orion is in fact right next to him. If they spot him out, he is dead. All this is very out in the open, so I don't think Dips Free is in any sort of a position. Get closer. Elsewhere, though, we can see SDR encroaching on the hill where Silverline is down here on the south. It looks like Gang Orangutan also spotting out some of the Tilt Town members. Will get down into Flush almost immediately into Patron. The rest of these teams still figuring out where they're going to be playing. It looks like Tilt Town is in fact shooting at 2 people. The only team not inside of the zone is Ascendance. They probably don't have too much zone knowledge until now, trying to figure out where it is safe to send it to. And it looks like Maji is going to be the first one to go after some scouting, because she's Colton also getting involved in the fight with Unorthodox. Is going to take down He's So Ugly here. There you go, the flush coming out too, making Unorthodox now just down to 2 members, JLJ and Sociopath. Looks like he is going to be fine for now. He's going to continue to use these rocks as cover. A lot of bullets actually being thrown towards him from Orion for in the distance areas. He just scoped in with that 8x mini towards them. I mean, they probably spot out the bike. They're trying to pop those tires. That zone again actually moving even further up on top of this unplayable rock here. I mean, into this next phase is when it wants to come off of water and unplayable, so it'll be interesting to see how it tries to deal with this mass of rock. Will it go more to the south side, giving a lot of priority to No Cap here, or will it be pulling up onto the top side, helping out Orion and the teams up here? That is the question. I don't know if any of these teams quite know, but all these teams on the outside down here on the southeast know that they're not inside zone, so they have to go somewhere. Here we go. Those guys already driving their vehicles. Probably going to go play the dips right underneath where VaLor and Unorthodox currently are. It looks like, yep, that's exactly where they're heading. They're probably going to stop very soon. Look at all these very deep ridges and ravines that they're going to be allowed to play here, bringing their vehicles in for a little bit of cover as well. They can continue a little bit further up if they wanted that, shack. There's a lot of bulls in here as well, and they can successfully play these to hold out no cap later. The only thing they're going to have to be wary of this entire time is if they're not playing some sort of this ridge to hold out that large rock up there, VaLor could completely just overlook them and do damage. Again, a lot of rotations coming out here. Looks like ganking Orangutan making a wide rotation on the west side, while Ascendance is making a wide rotation on the east side. End up actually being aggressive onto the position of Silverline. Red Rider getting an altercation with Magical is going to be taken down and flushed almost immediately there. The rest of Silverline trying to back up. You can see Greta go gun away, just running for her life, realizing that she might need to stop and fight off of this. Getting shot from afar as well. Definitely not helping her situation whatsoever, as her remaining two teammates are trying to overwatch somehow, trying to watch behind her while she makes her rotation. G-Price definitely did spot out Zraven going a little bit further to the east side there. The rest of Ascendance pushing even further on in. I mean, if they get some sort of a rotation onto this, it could help them out. However, Tactical 8 is also right underneath them. So none of these guys can really push into the zone in a good spot without someone else being able to shoot at them. There you go. G-Price taking on a half HP. It looks like a lot of Ascendance is hurt as well. I mean, this is phase 3. Right when this closes, they're not going to want to be here anymore. Zraven actually being very aggressive on this is going to run right into Greta, be falling down. A little bit of fall damage there. A little bit of confusion. Taking some damage from Destinator now too. Yep, down from Tactical Ace. Down to the 3 members of Ascendance left. A bunch of nades doing a damage to them. Beck down to 9 HP. I don't think he's going to be able to rest here. I think he's realizing that, trying to peek, but he is now down. G-Price going to go for the flush too, as it's down to just Maji here. Spotted out G-Price, but was unable to land the final lethal shot onto him before he would have been downed here. The zone is stopped, so he is in fact tanking zone 4 damage, and it looks like Silverline on the other hand are just inside zone in this shack. You see Honey Badger now trying to take out the last remaining members. So far none of those shots hitting. Now trying to get to the spot to spot out Maji, and Maji tried to go for a sweet shot, but Honey Badger is going to come out on top. Ascendance is going to be her first team eliminated. Honey Badger was at 19 HP, now going to have to slowly heal on up. I wouldn't be surprised if Tiltan, after hearing all of that and after this zone pop, are going to push onto the remaining members of Silverline Esports. We can see here that this zone did in fact try to come off of the top and go in ahead and center around the no cap compound like mentioned. We can see True Sight in a fight with SDR just down to Delta, trying to spot out Arson here. Looks like he is on fire as well, and True Sight will also be eliminated. Delta taking some damage from afar. You can see in the distances Tactical 8 that was doing that to them. They're barely inside of their compound here. Looks like they've already moved to try and play on this mountain as well. As for everybody else, they're going to have to come on in the next fight that's probably going to happen is between Dips Free and those guys, and of course behind them is Boomers. Here we go. Gwen Stacy up on top of the rocks and was spotting out Flax. Will go for the knock and the flush. Now getting shot at from Lemon Squeezy from afar. You're not in a safe position just yet. There we go. He backed up enough so it can't be seen anymore. Number 1 Potato on the other hand trying to throw as much util as possible. And he's now going to be pushing off of this. He needs to be careful though, because right beside him is in fact Mr. Boy Cowboy, and you cannot redo. Actually holding this angle here, it doesn't look like Potato is too keen on moving any further, so now he's just going to wait there patiently. And unfortunately for Gwen Stacy, he is still getting shot from afar, and right behind him is the rest of Boomers. Boomers on this will probably take at least one of them out before realizing where are the rest of them actually below him. So Doobie and Sambuca probably called that, hey, we hear someone running around above us. Was Uppy right now actually playing this very slowly, not pushing up onto those rocks. I feel like he could definitely be a little bit more aggressive onto this just to make Gwen Stacy have to deal with shots from two sides here, especially because they're not inside zone. They have to get rid of this team right in front of them. Here we go. Boomer's now moving a little bit. Number one Potato coming back to help his teammate, realizing that Gwen Stacy will not be able to run on down. And plus, they hear all of those vehicles coming on up. Nightly Esports are going to try and make this rotation north as well. Let's go ahead and watch from this perspective. Here comes some of the nades spotting them out. That nade is going to land in that crevice right beside him, not do too much damage, but there we go. A lot of damage coming out from Doobie, taking down number one Potato after he had taken down Sambuca. The call was probably out, but can he see them when he looks over is the question. Looks like he can in fact see Doobie, but Gwen Stacy taking damage from somebody else is going to be eliminated. Was Uppy the only one alive for Boomers now, having to tank some blue zone. Those guys, it looks like they were the one that was fighting. Dipstree eliminated, like mentioned, now fighting Nightly Esports versus those guys here. Looks like it is only two more members of those guys left currently inside of this massive bull. Nightly Esports is probably going to push on over and take them out. On the southeast side, it looks like Tiltown ended up having to push into Tactical A's. Now just I Am Evil Pickle left. On the south, it's just Rise Chilla for Rise left. And all of, again, zone after zone, these zones have not been easy to play off of. There you go, Glucose Father getting the last hit onto Chilla is going to eliminate Rise Esports in 11th place. We're now down to 10 teams in this zone. As we can see here, Gang Orangutan with their far western rotation ended up making it on top of these rocks, and now they're having to shoot at the rotating Orion and VaLor in the compound right in front of them. Where is Orion going to go is the next question. They're probably going to run right into this fight with everybody else. We'll end up seeing what happens here. Oop, and it looks like they're actually going further to the side a little bit here. Oh, right into those guys. Lemon Squeezy is going to get the knock onto Skazka. Looks like some of the flushes is coming out. Brokesat is now prepping some nades. Let's see if that's going to end up being a hit. Nightly Esports now taking the opportunity to run on over. Those guys is going to be eliminated by Nightly Esports, and now Ryan is shooting at them. Ryan now not 4 strong. It's going to be a 3v4 situation. Was Uppy the last one up for Boomers? Could change one of these teams' days as well here. Looks like Zero now realizing that he has the overlooking position, peeking over onto these rocks. Looks like he's throwing down some smoke for some sort of cover just in case, but otherwise not spotting anyone quite yet with that 8X mini is fine for now. We can see in the distance that one of Tactical 8 members was actually eliminated as well here, maybe by Evil Pickle, but he's currently just biding his time right outside zone on top of this little plateau. And let's see what Evil Pickle is going to attempt to do now that the zone is at his feet. Gonna go on ahead and try and spot out some other members of Tactical 8, taking some shots towards Destinator, but it's actually going to be Vohio all the way from up on top of that rock. Gang Orangutan is going to eliminate Tiltown here, and we're down to our top 8 teams placement points. Where is this next fight going to happen is the question. I mean, just up on top of these rocks, we have entire 4-man and 3-man up on these rocks here, unplayable rocks. They're not going to be able to share that when they come on down. Sneak attack, the Nightly Esports gang are around the same area as Orion, so they're going to have to push on forward and fight for that position. It looks like Zero is going to end up eliminating out Wazuppy for Boomers. It's also going to go on ahead and take a look at No Cap, Hazelton, and friends have spotted out that Liam from Tactical 8 is in fact in all of that smoke. Ooh, end up spotting out Liam, but he's having to reload his gun. Oh, and Liam just gets into cover. Now he's going to go ahead and look to see if anybody else is there, but unfortunately that was it. Missed opportunity. He is quite far away though, so who knows if that was going to end up being a thing. And with that zone shift again, further to the west side, No Cap is still in, but Tactical 8, the remainder of Unorthodox and Gang Orangutan are going to have to come in. Let's go ahead and jump into Gang Orangutan's comms as they try to get into zone from VaLor.
I got lower.
I just got deleted.
I'm flanking them right now.
Still guy in the blue. I can rat him. Don't worry about the guy in the blue. I can rat him.
Knocked a different team.
I don't see
He
him.
ran away. He ran away.
He's under running away on orange. We need to clear the guy that's above Reno.
I'm gonna peek down above. I'm not. There's two on the edge. On green. Peeking over, they're getting shot at.
They're low.
One's 1 HP.
Running up, I'm running up.
I'm
Both
safe
under
down
me. One more under me.
I'm volleying and I'm resing Nitro.
Play slow, Tetra. Play slow, Tetra.
Tinamali, he's dead. No, he's not dead.
No.
There's one more.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
No.
He died.
There's a team on green. Team on green.
You sure?
Yeah, we knocked 2.
I'm first bleed.
Should be one more.
I'm coming to you. Reno.
I don't know if you should give me pretty monka spot. Like green was shooting at me, but they're not anymore.
I'm coming to you.
Pretty sure they're dead, man.
Retail's rezzing me. If you guys can look at green.
He's like in the shack.
Just like
wrapping this side.
Peek over and hold green for us. We're rezzing.
I am.
7 seconds.
Do you need meds, Reno?
No. You have boosters?
I think I see him in the back of the shack.
I'll drop you the painkiller.
Thank you. Oh yeah, we're good. You guys shouldn't die for us, maybe.
And now that they're all safe on top of that plateau, they did end up winning that fight against VaLor there. And you could hear in their comms that they thought that there was at least one more person up, but they did in fact go on ahead and get that team eliminated out with that Molotov at the very end there. Very nice throw by that, landed directly on top of him. He tried throwing his own Molotov in retaliation, but it unfortunately broke against the rock above him. As you can see here, that they did end up spotting out at least one person from Orion inside that shack, so they're definitely aware of the position there, but they do have some team members currently downed, being able to play inside of these rocks and ridges here, and it'll be interesting to see how else they continue playing. As you can see, it looks like No Cap now running outside of their compound to play inside of these ridges, probably going to get into a fight with Tactical 8 next, as they're trying to push in on the southeastern side of the zone. It sounds like Discord is finally back, thankfully, so we can continue on with our comms thing. Looks like Tetra is going to get a knock onto one of the Orion members here. It's now just down to Max still Kanga left, so you can see Ohio very close, throwing in some nades. As Kanga is also now shooting towards Nightly Esports, it seems. Oh, they're just spotting him out. Orion is going to be eliminated in 6th place. Gangang Orangutan currently now with 6 kills total. I think they know exactly where the rest of Nightly Esports is. And here we go, Tactical 8 and No Cap in a fight. Glucose Father was in fact downed. He just got res from William, as Defender is trying to spot out the rest of the No Cap members. 2 of them are far back inside of the compound, but you can see in the feed that Plube is very close to them. He's just on the other side of this ridge. He did throw some util over, and now he's control walking over, trying to creep so that they don't know exactly where he is. And as you can see, the TAC 8 members, they don't have too much meds. 2 of them do not currently have helmets. The rest of No Cap playing up on top of this ridge. Now getting shot in the back from Nightly Esports, it seems. How are they going to get into this zone is the question. Destinator is currently in. Does he hear the No Cap members currently proning here now? Trying to play this very safely. Let's see here. Looks like everybody having their own spot inside of this zone. Don't have to worry just yet. Looks like Gangang Orangutan no longer just to the north, ended up taking the entire west side, forcing Nightly Esports into the center of the zone. Tetra spotting them out, throwing some bullets towards Rajawal there. Rajawal retaliating a little bit as well. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to wait on this or be more aggressive. We can see that Nightly Esports trying to throw some smokes actually towards Tactical 8, either to hold off that sight line or are they moving? That's the question. Looks like Nitrogen is making a wide wrap here. If they get here in time, he will be able to see the retreating backs of Nightly Esports. Oh, not quite in time enough. They are on the other ridge, and I think he's realized that, but not quite wanting to overpeak too far. That is a lot of smoke in front of him, and he doesn't have a nade to chuck in there, so he's not going to push too aggressively onto that. Yep, as you can see, Nightly Esports is currently the one in the very center of this zone. It looks like our solo Sociopath was in fact spotted out by Tetra from Gang Gang. He was down to 1 HP, now currently healing. I mean, if he can't get inside the zone right now, though, he might get killed by No Cap, who's waiting patiently below. Sociopath spotting them out too, doing some damage to Hazelton there. Hazelton now trying to shoot back into that smoke. I mean, Socio now taking massive blue damage. Ooh, and here comes all of the shots. Both No Cap and Gang Gang Orangutan both want this kill onto Socio. He's very much in demand. Tetra trying to go for a little bit of a spray into that smoke. Not going to get Sociopath again into the next smoke. And it is going to be with that last spray that No Cap will eliminate Unorthodox, revealing our top 4. And you can see that they end up running up on the Tactical 8 as well. Attack 8 is eliminated too in 4th place. That was very quick. We're just down to our last 3 teams. It is No Cap, Nightly Esports, and Gang Gang Orangutan here. You can see Nightly Esports are currently the ones inside of this bowl, just waiting for one of these teams to peek over. They're in the situation where they don't have to do too much until one of these teams see them, but Gang Gang is currently holding No Cap out from peeking over, and No Cap is holding Gang Gang from peeking over. However, Nitrogen on that south side does in fact spot out Kite, is going to get the down. Let's see if he can spot out anybody else. It's Morns and Sneak Attack still alive. There he goes, spotting out No Cap as well. As per mentioned, they're going to be holding each other out here. Realizing he doesn't have any sort of nade, probably going to put his smoke away again. They did in fact get the res onto Kite. Plube trying to go for a little bit of a zone rotation as well. It's going to spot out Tetra, taking below half HP. Spotting out Nitrogen too, doing a little bit of a damage. Now going to stop risking that and run on back. There is in fact the zone is in the last one. It is Nightly Esports that are in the center here. Once Gang Gang or No Cap die, we can go on ahead and jump into someone's comms here, but right now it is between No Cap and Gang Gang Orangutan. Let's see who's going to end up getting these knocks here. I mean, whoever gets the first knock is probably going to get the first push here. A lot of damage. There we go. Down on Nitrogen. Takes down Retaliate. Rajoao also getting involved too. And Gang Gang Orangutan is going to be eliminated here. It is now Nightly Esports versus No Cap. It is now a 1v2 situation here. Let's go on ahead and jump into it, like mentioned. Oh, but it's too late actually to go on ahead and hear that. No Cap with that final spray is going to find out the last remaining members of Nightly Esports, and they're going to win our second to last game of today with 14 kills. No Cap, I mean, they went and had that split, and I mentioned how that compound, that zone likes shifting towards that compound a lot recently, and that's exactly what ended up happening. It kept shifting towards that compound right at the end there. It did shift off into all of those ridges directly beside it to the west side, and No Cap being able to successfully get in and fighting off multiple people trying to push in as well, namely like Tactical A and the remaining member of Unorthodox won that fight against Gang Gang Orangutan and Nightly Esports. I mean, they were in that bowl. They had a little bit of the height advantage, and that was it. So we now have one more game after this. Don't go anywhere, y'all. This is very exciting stuff here. See you guys very soon.
You have again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. You know there's something that I saw about your ways. I hear it calling out for days. No reason or a doubt that I'm amazed. But you're backing off and don't seem phased. So why? It took one look and now you stare at me the same. So why? It took one look but you play me like a game. It took one look and now you stare at me the same. It took one look but you play me like a game.
Hello everybody, once again, this is SpanCargo. I'm going to be here seeing y'all for the second to last time because we're actually going into our last game for day 3. There is a day 4, so I'll say more details on that later, but let's take a look at this leaderboard. Words become harder as time goes on, but let's take a look at this leaderboard as the plane is about to start going. So in first place, still VaLor with 177 points now, no cap in second. This second, third, and fourth place and fifth all seem to be fluctuating quite a lot. So no cap in second with 131, Ascendance by 1 point off. Look, they have the same amount of kills, but 1 placement point off. Ascendance in third with 130 points. San Diego Rarity in fourth with 122, then Tactical 8 with 113, Nightly Esports 110, True Sight with 107, Unorthodox with 101, and of course Orion with 100. All of those teams have broken the 100 points, but they want to be in the top 3 by the end of day 4. So let's go ahead and take a look at our plane path. Here we go, starting all the way up there inside Campo Militar ending past Valdemar. All these teams jumping. Again, this plane is further to the east side, so anybody who drops further to the west, unfortunately not going to quite reach their drop spot. I wouldn't be surprised if Ascendance, for example, goes Valdemar. Dipstree going to have to grab some vehicles as they stretch over to Monty. Everybody else, however, should be able to make their spots. Nobody else goes anywhere else on this west side, though. It looks like 2 people still dropping inside Los Leones. Is going to be those guys and Tilt Town. Actually looks like there is a hot drop happening here inside Picado. Nightly Esports is getting dropped on by NoCap. Let's go on ahead and see what they're thinking by watching Roger Wow's perspective as I go on ahead and scroll to find their comms. Here we go.
What are they doing? You got on Raji in like how many arena?
Just don't let your self get ISO.
One's on Raji and 2 guys on Arena, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's kill them. I don't know what they're doing. I'm coming back to the 5-stack block. I need some loot. I don't have a helmet. I've got a K9.
Just loot the buildings around.
Yeah, I am. Just take our time. We have zones, so just win this fight.
He's inside my ping.
Okay. Play smart. If you need to back off, try and back off. Right,
Try to help Raji as best as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can try to play on the roof and go to the next house.
That's fine. Do what you need to do. You have time.
They have casinos ours, right?
Yeah, we have casino. Be careful.
Are any of them in Fortuna?
I don't know if one. They probably pushed over already. Alright, I'm coming to casino.
Yeah. Is he below you, Raji? Yes. Raji.
I'm not talking him running. Okay. Speaking?
He's on the
Made
first
it.
floor 2 stack, my marker.
Yeah. I mean, we own the south side. Like, there's no way they get across. One's got a bolt. Be careful. Just play our game. You can stall.
Bobbing tires, we all die together.
Okay, there we go. We listened to a little bit of Nightly Esports comms. What are they doing? Wondering why the heck NoCap has now decided to go on ahead and drop on them. I mean, I think our look at the leaderboard definitely explained that. NoCap currently in second place with VaLor above them. They have a lot of points to go before they're going to go and take that first place spot. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to go on ahead and go for some hot drops to try and up the chances of taking the first place spot for them. So VaLor currently is in first with 177 and NoCap is in second with 131. Hot drops are definitely a way to try and secure points. As you can see here, Nightly Esports did just get a knock onto Hazelton here, trying to throw some Molotovs to flush him out that aren't quite going to reach here. Let's go ahead and look from their perspective, see what else they're seeing. Trying to spray into that smoke. That was quite loud, I will say. And it looks like Kite is going to end up flushing out Hazelton with that mini. They also mentioned themselves, whenever a hot drop like this happens, it's all like, be aggressive or take it slow. It sounds like Nightly Esports wanting to make sure that they don't lose out in this situation are going to choose to take it slow. So they're not going to be pushing aggressively on this. If they're going to be able to scare NoCap away or be able to get some sort of advantage like they've already gotten by taking out at least one NoCap member, they're definitely going to be doing that. They don't want to push and die and waste the rest of their game for potentially getting more kills or some placement points here. So let's go on ahead and zoom on out while that is transpiring to look at what else everybody else is doing. The zone around the center warehouse compound once more. It looks like Fizzle from Unorthodox making that rotation out of Power Grid, taking the bowl that Boomers has taken. Otherwise, it looks like a lot of these other teams are running quite close to each other in proximity. It looks like Beast Korea, for example, for Tiltown running directly up onto Gang Orangutan's position here. Right now, it's just him versus an entire 4-man though, so he's gonna have to be really careful. And by 4-man, I definitely meant 3-man. There you go. He's not pushing too hard onto it, it seems, though. Elsewhere in the distance, we could see True Sight pushing off VaLor here. It looks like the center fight has transpired a little bit further. Roger Wow currently down. Plube actually being shot at by somebody else from afar, being forced to stop and heal because he was shot down to 16 HP. Morns is trying to go for a little bit of an angle shot here, but if he peeks out any further, Oldless is right above him, so he's going to have to be careful on this. Roger Wow now trying to run back, but his teammates are going to have to protect him if he's not going to be flushed out here. See Gats and Oldless getting quite closer, but Kite is going to take the time to go on ahead and get the res onto Roger Wow while Sneak Attack is trying to watch from overhead. It looks like they're not even in the casino anymore. They're inside of the building right beside. Maybe think that they can pinch off Mortons. In the distance, though, we can see a lot of fighting actually happening between Tactical 8 and 2 members of Boomers. Tactical 8 loves this compound, so I'm not surprised they came right up onto it. Glucose Feather and Zealot actually downed. William almost down with that nade as well, and it looks like the rest of Boomers coming to get involved as well, putting Tactical 8 in a very harsh position here. Looks like Glucose Feather was, in fact, flushed out here, not inside smoke, but the rest of them currently are. You can see he's trying to wildly spray into the smoke to see if he can get another knock, but it is not going to happen. Destinator and Enraged Zealot now going for some heals. Let's see what Destinator is going to see here. And Destinator winning that fight against Sambuca now is going to be able to go ahead and release that side of this compound. More nades coming in from Doobie from the other side of the compound, doing a little bit more damage onto all of them here. Is now just down to a 3v2. Doobie and D-Stem versus William and Rage Zealot and Destinator all being forced to heal once again. Doobie now patiently holding this angle here, waiting to see if any of the TAC 8 members are going to push closer to the compound. You can see Destinator throwing out a molly to try and clear that. Instead, actually catches his teammate on fire. I don't know if they communicated that well. I have a feeling Zealot ended up jumping on over at the same time Destinator threw that Molotov. So now this could give Doobie the chance to push here. Currently throwing out some stuns. Not pushing, however, because he does know, or at least think, that there are more than one person there. We can see William now going on over to join, taking a lot of damage, and I'm a Leaf from Ascendance wanting to get a little bit interested in the fighting, is pushing right on up to this fight here. D-Stem still in the 2-story beside him, going to wait patiently. Here comes some of the nades, taking out Enraged Zealot. William and Destinator still alive, though, instantly going to get flushed out too. If I'm a Leaf pushes a little bit too hard on this, D-Stem could watch him, but here we go. Destinator and William now getting in a fight with the last remaining member for Boomers in this building, I should say. Looks like they're not quite going to go be aggressive onto him. The rest of Ascendance, however, are getting more interested. Our first team was, in fact, eliminated. A lot of fights happening early on here. I mean, let's go ahead and check on Picado once again. It sounds like a shotgun is in play. Morns with the DBS takes out Plube from No Cap. Looks like they took out Gats as well, and now it's just down to Oldless left. He currently has a mini trying to get any damage onto them, but Kite from afar finds him out, taking him down to 47 HP. Now being forced to stop and bandage. Just one nade could end it all, but it doesn't look like any of them are going to be able to. Oh, Plube actually just bleeding out there, and here we come. Here comes all of Nightly Esports with the push. It's just down to Oldless to figure out what he's going to do here as they're running up these stairs. And he's going to patiently wait in the side room here with that shotgun, picking it up, now reloading it. They should be able to hear the shotgun. Yep. Should be able to hear the shotgun being put up, but it looks like Roger Wow is going to get the knock onto Oldless, and Morn's like, that was my kill, is going to go on ahead and knock his teammate, shoot their buddy a little bit, like, how dare you go on ahead and take our drop spot. That's exactly what those comms were, I promise. There we go. This 3-team fight still happening. Ascendance pushing fully onto D-Stem here. Tactical 8 still patiently playing inside the garage building, not wanting to push onto Doobie, but let's go ahead and watch as this push comes into play. I mean, there's a lot of smoke in here. finally going away is Raven absolutely destroying that door as they try to get D-Stem. Imaleaf pushing first and now is going to completely take him out there. Imaleaf did take a lot of damage down, 34 HP, but is now going to be able to heal in a push like that. You saw he ran all the way into the room, allowing the teammate behind him to be able to shoot as well, because if he were to go down, he would be in the way of his teammate. But if you run all the way through the door frame, the teammate can run in with you. So if you do get knocked, your teammate will get the re-knock. So now, as all of Ascendance has 3 more people inside of their compound, 2 from Tech 8, 1 from Boomers here, but everybody else around them already going for their vehicles and making another rotation into zone. It's going on ahead and going to the west side of Los Leones here. It actually looks like Ascendance is no longer interested or going to get in their vehicle and drive away. They got their 2 kills. All 4 are still alive, and they're going to leave off of that, not wanting to be involved anymore. You can see here everybody slowly making their way on inside of the zone as well. Actually, a lot of bullets from Nightly Esports being thrown towards VaLor. We can see Unorthodox making a wide rotation to Fizzle, who has been holding this position for quite a while. I mean, everybody else making even bigger rotations. Silverline and Orion going all the way to the south. I mean, there's 14 teams still alive, 48 alive inside of this zone. So it's going to take a little bit of a while before anybody else runs into each other. Oh. It does in fact look like Boomers got eliminated. Tactical 8 decided to push off of that, and Weom is going to win that altercation there. Let's go ahead and watch this rotation, because TrueSight driving right up to those guys. I think maybe if they realize those guys shooting at them, they're not going to go ahead and crash that building, but might go further. For Earth, though, getting a little bit too close for comfort with that headshot. He's taken down to 4 HP, forced to stop on it, trying to go for the heal now, but you can see that you cannot redo, and it's your boy Cowboy pushing aggressively on this, spotting out his leg there, ended up popping the tire instead as For Earth is trying to heal. Will TrueSight be able to help out his teammate? Here you go, For Earth now pushing on over, is not going to win that fight. He was taken down to 12 HP here, but the down and the flush comes out immediately. The rest of TrueSight in no sort of position to try and help off of that or get some sort of advantage from the damage that he just did before going out here. Here you go, now Zolmok's going ahead and going to be looking. That fight might not continue on, but it does in fact look like a crash is happening between VaLor and Unorthodox. Here you can see Socio trying to shoot from afar. Looks like You So Ugly is on fire. Same with Fizzle. Both of them are probably going to go down. Oh, Fizzle not going down. Colt on fire too. Flushes out You So Ugly before he takes too much damage. Fizzle will in fact be able to heal on up. The rest of his team are further to the east side. Looks like Jail Day and Sociopath aren't going to be running on over, so currently Fizzle is alone here with that iron sight M4. And now he's going to put his gun away and make a run for it, try and do some sort of a rotation out of this situation. And again, another zone shift, basically ensuring that this last zone is going to be a city zone going all directly around Los Leones. In this kind of a circle, everybody will be able to get their own building and basically not necessarily rat or snake, but they're definitely going to be able to hide in their hard cover for a long time. So a lot of people are going to be able to survive until the very late game. So it's going to be very tense. A lot of people are going to be staying pretty still. As you can see, everybody knows that ganking Orangutan, sending it on in Retaliative and Co. on the entirety of Rise, crashing somewhere into Los Leones, taking those 5 stacks and other buildings around in those locations. Silverline sending it on into. It looks like Orion's teammate broke status, ended up being downed all the way down in the zone here. It looks like they are getting the res though. Yeah. I don't know how Skaz could die though. I mean, this damage should still be takeable. There you go. It looks like Ascendance crashing onto Silverline. Greta and Ryder are going to find out Imaleaf and Zraven here. It's just onto Beck and Majiggle. The rest of Silverline are super far to the south side, already getting in vehicles though, trying to help out. Red Ryder takes out Imaleaf with those Molotovs. Beck now playing that one-story building, and looks like Maji trying to get the res onto the rest of the team. Let's go ahead and look from their perspectives as they make this fight and going ahead and jump into their voice channel.
Should be too active. They might have gone the res.
I think there is a wall.
One just freaking crossed over.
Sounds like 3.
They're in bum rush.
Yeah.
The boys are coming. Let's go.
Go, go.
Oh.
Nice try. Nice try, nice try.
And right when we jumped in, of course, the 2 helpers coming on over was taken out by Beck as they crashed onto that one story. And then after that, it was just an absolute rush into that building to take out the last remaining member. They knew that they had the numbers. It did look like he did a little bit of damage, actually downing Beck there, but they did still get the push and the kill and got the res onto Beck before he bled out. Directly to their south is now Dips Free, though. It looks like they're not pushing just yet. Now Ascendance, they are pretty hurt in their stuff here, but right now they're fine. The zone almost going to close now. Everybody seems to have their own spot inside of Los Leones, except for, of course, Nightly Esports and SDR. Looks like SDR is now going for it, though, driving straight towards VaLor. Here we go. Here comes the spray. Delta crashing into the building is going to be taken down from that bike. Everybody else probably going to have to go for a different location. Oh, no. He does, in fact, get inside. Delta should be able to crawl in. Actually, he can't. He's using the stairs as his cover for right now. So here comes some smoke to try and help him. And the rest of VaLor, if they're fast on this, should be able to push right inside of this door. And that's exactly what Grant Lantis is doing here. He knows that they doesn't have an angle on this. He's going to go on ahead and try and get inside of this building. Here comes all of the stuns. And the push comes out. Here we go. Looks like he is, in fact, super bind, but Lucid Freak is going to get the knock. Instantly, Colton behind him is going to get the trade, and the rest of SDR is nowhere near. You can see Deadeye currently running right up to the building here, but the other member of SDR in 8 is too far away. Ooh, Colton trying to jump inside the little window there. Deadeye very low. He was just trying to get the res on his teammate so far. It isn't going to be able to happen. Deadeye at 28 HP now getting shot in the back from Jeppy aim. It looks like he's jumping right back in the building as well. He does have some nades, but he's not tossing them in there, and it looks like his teammate NA is coming to help. He needs to be careful because he might get shot in the back here. Zero is now shooting him in the back. That I did in fact have time to heal though, but it doesn't look like they're pushing too aggressively onto it. Zero getting the knock into Innate, so it is just down to Deadeye and Colton. Running on over is going to eliminate out San Diego Rarity here. Everybody else even further inside zone. You can see Dips Free crashing onto this school building along with the remainder of Ascendance. You can see the last 2 remaining members of Orion as well here. It does seem like a lot of them died outside zone. I think half of them died outside zone. That's unfortunate. But everybody else now inside zone. Looks like Nightly Esports ended up making an even wider rotation all the way to the northeastern side. Looks like they might have a little bit of a little present there to go on ahead and loot on up as well. Oh, Atlantis just got a knock onto one of the Unorthodox members, Sociopath, all the way from over here. I mean, from one 5-story to another, and it looks like Colton now driving on over to try and get... He knows that they got one, so he's going to try and be aggressive on this. Will that Molly get inside that window is the question, though. The answer is yes, but they aren't inside of that room. They did, in fact, crawl all the way outside, so no flushes happening here for you just yet, Colton. As for the rest of VaLor, you can see Zero coming a little bit closer, but the other 2 still in that 5-story. I mean, Colton is now just going to hold Unorthodox in that 5-story to the best of their ability until they push out of into market, potentially. But everybody else just waiting. And this is just a waiting game. Everybody's just waiting to be pushed in slowly from zone further into the city. I mean, that's all you can do here. There's no massive rotations happening anymore. It's just one building to another here, safely making sure you're checking all of your corners, such as this. Like, if you were to run into the market and you ran into this room, like, dead. Just dead. Oh, and it looks like the fight between the remainder of Orion and Dips Free has started as well. Looks like they caught out J-Snow for life, so Dips Free is still 3 up, but J-Snow snored life. Like I mentioned, gotta be careful. Went into that building alone and paid for it. The rest of Dips Free just continuing on with their rotation, though. They're just like, you know, this is like just outside zone. We're just gonna go get a better one. So now they're going to go on ahead and run further to the north, and they got to be careful because Gang can definitely see that position. Oh, Unorthodox did in fact run out of that 5-story into the market, and we can see that Fizzle was their victim with that crossfire that I mentioned. Liam now healing on up after it. Destinator probably having to follow right after. JL Day and Sociopath stopped right in their tracks, no longer pushing here, but instead taking it a little bit slower now. Ooh, that nade from William laying directly beside JL Day is going to get the knock. Here comes the fire as well to get the flush onto him. Perfectly placed, and now it's just down to Sociopath. He needs to be very careful here because you can see in the distance VaLor making a rotation if they were to spot him out here. And he's going to go find a garbage pin to prone in. Yep. I mean, honestly, that's what you do when you get a city ending. It looks like VaLor is deciding to go for a massive southern rotation, probably hoping to get around the school and in. After hearing all that fighting, we could see in the distance that Nightly Esports continuing to get kills, just knocked out Kanga from their position. The rest of Ascendance still slowly making their way in, hearing all the shooting so they know about where these teams are. This is going to be a hard rotation in from their current position because it's very open, honestly. But everyone's taking this very slowly here. I mean, as predicted. Who have we not listened to in comms just yet? No, did you? No, did you? Yeah, we'll end up choosing one later. I mean, this entire time, like, rest assured, some of these guys are probably come, but the rest are just like, okay, we gotta figure out, oh, they're shooting over here. Oh, we just spotted people to our south side, is exactly what one of Dips Free just said as they spotted out one of VaLor down here. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. VaLor now probably pushing on up onto this. It looks like they're also spraying towards Gang Orangutan. At least I saw bullets come out. Did they spot out VaLor? Ooh, Gwen Stacy is actually making a run for it. Zero finding out Pluis, though, is going to get the down and the flush onto him. Don't know quite where he was at. Oh, he was on top of this building. Yeah, he is going to be in the complete open for VaLor. So now number one potato, the last one on this side of the road, needs to either cross to meet up with the rest of his team or be very careful. It looks like he's going for the cross. Doesn't look like Gang Orangutan was ready for it, so they're not going to end up spotting him out. And the rest of VaLor, they're just sieging the previous building that they were at. Again, zone shifting far to the east side. It looks like it's going to be in a really good placement for Ascendance. They just took out the remainder of Orion here. And it looks like, oh, it looks like Beck was unable to get the res onto Zraven because they were on that broken half wall. So Zraven is in fact going to bleed out. Now it's just Beck and Maji left. Beck was taken out super low, but will be just get inside to go for the heal. Like, what do you watch? Looks like one of those guys ended up getting a knock and a flush onto a Rise member. Spotted out Rise Casey as well. You see on the south side, VaLor now pushing towards Gang Orangutan. Retaliative with that M4 spray is going to knock out Colton. The rest of these guys currently inside all these construction buildings. It doesn't look like Jeffy Aim is going for any sort of a res onto him. Nope, he's stuck on this RV. They're not going to want to cross to try and get that res. So VaLor is now at a 3-man for the remainder of the game. Spotting out Dips Free now. Did a little bit of damage to Gwen Stacy. Where are they going to rotate to is the question. If they can't really rotate any further to the east because they'll be in this big field where Ascendance will be able to spot them, but that might be their only choice. You see Grantland just trying to peek out a little bit as well from this position. And we can also see those guys inside of this building. I don't think they're alone, are they? Nope, they pushed into this building, and currently Rise Oratorium is in here as well. You can see he's patiently waiting on the staircase with a Molotov. I mean, that's the best thing that you can do in a situation like this. Just make sure they can't push for a while, figure it out, just stall them for as long as possible as your team comes or as more people die. Is that a shotgun? I think that was a DBS. It's a city ending, so you know what? Why not? City ending DBS sounds pretty OP if you ask me. It doesn't look like those guys are too interested in pushing any higher onto Oratorium. Oh! What the heck? Is it Oratorium with it? It is! Oratorium has the DBS and he's just shooting towards those guys. That's really funny. Anyway, this zone about to close. It looks like True Sight spotting out. Sneak attack from Nightly Esports on top of this roof is going to get the knock. Here comes the nade as well, so he is going to be flushed out, making Nightly Esports down to a 3-man. True Sight now taking this moment to continue on the rotation further inside zone as this pops, but in fact is actually going to pull on up towards them, so they don't have too far to go here. Is everybody else that's going to have to make it inside of this zone. Just look how many teams are on the south side here. There's just 4 teams right here. You can see Unorthodox, Gang, Orangutan, Dips Free, and Tactical 8 all here. They're gonna have to push into those guys just inside zone. There are 10 teams still alive on this. Looks like Ascendance ended up spotting out the rotation of VaLor, just trading damage back and forth. Ooh, Beck getting a knock onto 1, but instantly Grantlantis with that M24 shot is going to take out Beck. Maji going for the instant res. It looks like Jeppy might also get res as well. Grantlantis calling him over to a little bit of a safer position to get it, so they don't have to worry too much about the positioning just yet. The zone's moving quite slowly. We can see Tactical 8 just took out 1 member of Dips Free. I love Gwen Stacy now dead and out of this game. I believe that just leaves Potato left. Potato now patiently waiting for Detonator and William to run out here. You can see those Molotovs coming on out here. But where else can he go in this situation? Do they know where he is as well? So he's just gonna have to lay there as still as possible until this zone gets really close to him. Oh, and he's moving for it! Oh, he was moving for it, and unfortunately it was just at the worst time ever. He ended up making himself blind. Tries to throw his own stun again, but Detonator with that scar is going to peek out, and Dipstry will be eliminated into 10th place. 22 still alive here. Ooh, a lot of damage actually being thrown onto them from Gang, Orangutan, Tetra, and Retaliative there. Looks like they ended up being able to leave out of that situation. VaLor, oh, VaLor Nightly getting involved into the True Sight situation, taking out 2 of them. It's just down to Zolmox, who's currently hiding behind the box and completely blinded here. Now here comes all of the util. The question is, will they know where he is when they push in here? It looks like our solo for Unorthodox is also spotted out and eliminated, so that means these teams will now get placement at 20 alive and 8 teams. But it looks like they are just playing this very patiently for now. Not going to push onto Zolmox just yet. Here comes some stunts, but they're definitely waiting for all that smoke to go away. Everybody else in this zone, it looks like it's now just down to William, as we can see Detonator taken out. And here comes the push. Who's gonna spot you? And it's going to be, yep. And 1 Molotov catching him on fire. That's the end of it. He tried jumping up to do a little bit of damage, but that's it. I think we just heard someone jump into a vehicle and honk their horn a little bit too. I mean, gotta have a little bit of fun with this. Kite getting a knock onto 0. It looks like Grantlantis getting another knock onto Beck with that M24 shot. Will Maji get the res this time? It looks like he is. Beck probably on his like 3rd knock at this rate. Oh, are you stuck? Oh no, he's not. I thought William was stuck in a corner for a second there, but he is stuck on this side of the road. You can see Lemon Squeezy is, in fact, right in front of him on the other side of that door there, but he is fine for now. It's just, he's just being zapped a little bit, you know. Here comes out some smokes. Lemon Squeezy now knowing exactly where he is going to be able to successfully hold that out. There we go. That is a very nice smoke path, I'd say. But 1 nade landing directly beside him is going to eliminate out Tactical 8 here. in 7th place. We now down to 6 teams, and it looks like Nightly Esports is being absolutely bombed by the nades of VaLor here. Grandland is getting a little bit more damage onto Morns as he's peeking that window. It looks like Rise, Casey, and Ward Tournament are still the only ones alive, trying to hide inside their tall buildings that they're in. It looks like Ascendance also are going to have to move soon across the street. They will be able to cross on the east side, but I don't know if they know that, and they're currently getting held out by those guys and Rise. The question is, do they have smoke? So it looks like Maji with 4 and Beck with 2. He currently doesn't have a helmet though, so he needs to be careful. They did in fact create a smoke line here, so slowly blooming will be able to cross safely quite soon. But those guys, here he comes, all of the nades are going to have to move at some point. And you can see Wartorium on the top also being interested. Here comes just the rain of nades. Ooh, that nade getting both of them a little bit, but now they've successfully made it to the other side in that building. They're now in the 1-story inside zone. It has now ended. You can see that the very center of this dot is right outside the building of Rise. The only team that still has the majority of their team up is, in fact, those guys. Let's take a look at our kill ranking. You see ooh. You can see Maji and Beck at the top for Ascendance here with the #1 kill ranking. Then it's going to be Gang Orangutan, who we're currently spectating, being held out. Then Nightly Esports with 3, VaLor with 3, those guys with 4, and then 2. Oh, what is happening over here? Looks like Nightly Esports are currently in a fight with both Ascendance and VaLor here. A shotgun was into play, a nade coming out as well. Who knows what's happening? Now it's just down to Roger Wow and Kite here. Looks like the M4 is now pushing on in to try and go back to his teammate. It is just 0 left for VaLor. Let's see if Maji will be able to spot him out. He's currently just trying to throw some nades over. And here comes the smokes. Oh, Maji not realizing that 0 is going to play outside here is going to get down. VaLor is going to get another point, but Beck, after throwing multiple Molotovs, is going to eliminate VaLor out in 5th place. Beck needing to be careful because there is someone right above you. Oratorium spotting him out with that DBS. Ascendance is going to be eliminated in 4th from the hands of a DBS, and Oratorium at 16 HP getting pushed in by zone. Let's see if he can get in here. I mean, it looks like those guys with 4 up might just win this based off of sheer numbers. Those guys, there we go, getting the knock onto Wartorium. Let's go ahead and watch from those guys' perspective and jump into their comms if we can.
Molly top. I'm playing inside of 5 sec, by the way.
I'm gonna play in smokes here outside. See if I can get an off angle outside.
You got your flush. One more than smoke arises.
Knocked Kite in the stairwell.
Heard.
One more in the stairwell. In a nade.
There should be one on you, Flex.
One's inside, I think.
Pushing with you, Flusher.
We have dot. We have dot. Just chill.
Wait, what the fuck?
Dad. Heard. One more.
I'm hitting.
Beyond's clear.
Above.
Just chill.
You guys have meds?
You got that.
Flank roof. Wait, he's dot. Oh no.
Where's
Wait,
the dot?
I'll sacrifice myself. I'll try to nade him.
Oh no.
Nade might be good.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Nade should damage
I didn't
him.
get it. No way.
We got it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Shit.
And there we go, the winning comes. Those guys taking it down to a med off. Wins our last game of today with 9 kills. I will say, like, usually you see players there, they go into zone to take a little bit of damage so that they can start putting off their med kits. They usually put one person in the center while everybody else dies to try and do a med kit. But that nade was also really good placement there. Landed right beside him, ended up taking him down. I wasn't sure if he was also ended up taking that strategy, but it doesn't matter because those guys did in fact win our last game. So I will be right back with our leaderboard after a very short break. Reminder that your guys' leaderboard is also a delay, so you may as well wait for me. Haha. So I'll see you guys very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo. For the last time tonight, I'm going to show you guys the final leaderboard after day 3 of Quarantine League Season 7. I would just like to start off by apologizing by how wacky today was, but I mean Discord not working and then a bunch of weird zones, but without further ado, let's go ahead and turn on that leaderboard. And next time, of course, this practice time as well, so you know, slowly getting better, but as you can see, after day 3, VaLor in first place with 189 total points. Second, Ascendance Esports with 143, and No Cap in third place with 131 total points. Right below them is Nightly Esports, then San Diego Rarity, Tactical 8, True Sight, Orion, and then Unorthodox. I mean, the rest of the leaderboard, you guys can look at it more details with exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats. And other than that, that concludes our third day of QL. That means that we only have one more day left. So we have one more day left. It is going to be on the 22nd, also at 8 p.m. EST, so next Monday. So I hope to see you guys there, see who wins our grand prize, the top 3, and of course count up the rest of the prizings for all of the most points per game prize money as well. So thank you guys so much for watching, supporting me and these teams as per usual, and I hope you guys have a good night, day, evening, wherever you are, and please stick around because I'm definitely going to throw you guys on over to raid somebody. Also, shout out to Fizzle and Diesel for of course hosting Quarantine League, and Twire for providing our overlays as well as our leaderboard stats. So yeah, thank you guys so much. See you next time.